has been built during this 8th forum and bring it and the outcomes to the high-level political forum on sustainable development, the HLPF, which will be convened under the auspices of ECOSOC in July. As you know, the HLPF, through the voluntary national review process, will provide African countries, as well as other participating countries, a platform to update on the progress, as well as challenges and lessons learned in relation to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda during this last remaining stretch of the decade of action. Here I must emphasize again, because it's a very important point, it is an opportunity not only to update about the progress, but to emphasize the challenges, which I'm very sure that at this time they are much even more amplified due to COVID-19. And then this is the opportunity also to tell the international community on what support you need to overcome the challenges. The VNRs will also strengthen policies and institutions of participating governments and to mobilize multi-stakeholder support and partnerships for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The work around the VNR process can mobilize partnerships, support the development of legal and institutional instruments, and raise awareness among many groups of civil society so that they can engage also and support the. I would want to emphasize again one advantage which I think you are aware, the national gain of engaging in a VNR process. It forces all the stakeholders. It is common for all of our government systems that working as one government is a really made complex because of the silo mentality that normally prevails. So the VNR process is very important. It forces all institutions of government and other stakeholders to work together. And I'm hoping that it builds into a longer-term reinforcing the whole of a government approach for our countries. In this connection, I'm pleased that African countries have demonstrated strong interest to participate in the VNR's process. Thus far, as you are aware, 176 countries have presented voluntary national reviews, and many of those have done it more than once, and 46 of the 54 African countries have participated in the VNRs. This year, we are happy that 21 of the 45 countries presenting their VNRs at the 2022 HLPF in July are from this continent, Africa. This is commendable. It shows how much Africa is committed to advancing the 2030 Agenda. In conclusion, Madam Moderator, let me reaffirm that ECOSOC is very committed to facilitating African countries in their efforts to build back better and recover sustainably from the pandemic. ECOSOC and the entire UN system will remain actively engaged in supporting Africa, given also, as I said yesterday, Africa is one of the established priorities of the United Nations. And I mentioned yesterday that myself and the President of the General Assembly, for that very reason, we have agreed to convene a high-level joint meeting, hopefully before the HLPF. We are still looking at a date, and I'm hoping that you can also take the advantage of that high-level meeting to reinforce these very important processes. Let me end here, and I say that I hope to see you all in New York in July for the HLPF. We are planning on the assumption of it being in person, but we are not sure yet, subject to the COVID situation. It may convert to any other modalities, but I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in New York during the HLPF. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Ambassador Kelpile. Thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you also for, the loud and clear call for strong commitment towards the sustainable development goals to the member states and also to all partners that are attendees of the regional forum. You mentioned the importance of the process that leads to HLPF, the importance of aligning the national development plans with the sustainable development goals, and also going and presenting the progress and presenting not just the achievements, but you also underline the importance of presenting the lessons learned and also challenges. Because only by this discussion we will be able to advance and to make a progress by openly talking about the challenges, especially now when we are trying to overcome the impact of the pandemic, and hopefully overcoming it in a way that we will get out of it. You said get back on track, but also turn this crisis into an opportunity. You also highlight the importance of the partnerships, and that ideally brings us to our next presenters, who will present transformative actions that they've led, transformative actions where they brought partners on board. And they, try to come up with innovative ways of accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. I have the pleasure to introduce Aldo Stroebel from the National Research Foundation, South Africa. And Aldo will be presenting to us a collaborative partnership between stakeholders from high, middle income, low and lower middle income countries in setting together a global SDG funding pilot that is focusing on research, impact, innovation, and implementation to achieve the Agenda 2030. So I would like to, I think, we have Aldo online. So Aldo, the floor is yours.
Esteemed colleagues, thank you very much for this very strategic opportunity to share with you this highly appropriate and timely initiative in the SDG funding pilot. I will share my screen with you to elucidate some of the actions. If the hosts can please allow screen sharing. Colleagues, while we wait, I'm from the National Research Foundation in South Africa. It is the Science Granting Council of the country that is responsible for high-level human capital development, infrastructure provision for research, and the grant funding. There's a number of similar councils on the continent and indeed the world. And the role of science granting councils has become very prominent and central to the initiative of research advancement, but especially in accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. The SDG funding pilot is an initiative that was started by the Global Research Council, which is a virtual network of science granting councils in the world. Consists of almost 80 public science funders and has established itself in the last 12 years as a very prominent role player in the advancement of science, and especially the endorsement of principles that guides public science funding in the world. The SDG funding pilot is an initiative that has been started to provide impetus to implementation of the SDGs, but very specifically providing transdisciplinary approaches for the complexity of the challenges that we are addressing. The pilot has been initiated 2 years ago and is about to be launched in April for projects of 2 to 4 years. A couple of outstanding components of this initiative. Number one, it is a truly multilateral approach among science funders in the world, and already 11 funding agencies have committed almost 8 million euro for this initiative to start. One of the outstanding components is that there are 3 science granting councils from Africa participating. And this is the National Research Foundation of South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, and Kenya. What is the last aspect of initiative of this program is that it focuses on projects that are currently ongoing with respect to advancing SDGs, and try to fill additional aspects to advance and to implement these for sustainability. This is the pilot, of course, but certainly plans are already underway for the initiative to be a multi-year component with longevity in funding, longevity in programs, and looking at strategic programming, especially to advance. Colleagues, this can truly be seen as an accelerator for SDGs globally, but certainly inclusive of the African agenda. I'm taking the liberty to share with you one other aspect, and that is the African Open Science Platform. There was a specific plenary on open science earlier this week, and the NRF is very pleased to host on behalf of many partners the African Open Science Platform. It starts formally this year in 2022, although it has been conceptualized and continentally accepted in 2019 already, hosted by the Library of Alexandria, and a strategy has been developed. And this has been recognized to a large extent with respect to the scope and focus of this very important program. We cannot deny that access to information, access to data, and the usability of data will be key for us to reach the complexity of the challenges that we are addressing. The second initiative brings in developed and developing country contexts to address especially environmental challenges within the context of the SDGs. 4 years ago, the Africa-Japan Collaborative Research Initiative has been established. We are in our second round of funding already, with a number of African science councils participating. And this is one of the sterling examples where there's interest in accelerating SDG implementation in various guises on the continent, and with strong partners like the Japan Science and Technology Agency. I want to highlight, colleagues, with your permission, the role of the Science Granting Council's initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa, which has been a major impetus in coordinating and aligning funding initiatives of 16 science granting councils on the continent. And this serves as a very strong basis for engagement on the continent. Nigeria has just been added in this multi-year, multi-funder initiative to strengthen the capacities of science granting councils on the continent to collaborate, to improve the effectiveness and quality of research, and to align funding initiatives. And you can see there the range of funding partners participating and the very large number of African countries formally participating. With your permission, the last example is the SDG Labs in Africa, which is an initiative under auspices of Future Earth, but coordinated by the National Research Foundation and the Stockholm Resilience Center, where seed funding has been provided for innovative programs in a relatively large number of countries in Africa, including Southern, Eastern, and Western Africa. The labs has been instrumental in connecting policymakers with local communities. It inspires and builds knowledge of sustainable solutions in the communities or the organizations that they are established in. It inspires change and builds knowledge of sustainability solutions. And very importantly, they are successful in creating connections and dialogue between organizations and key stakeholders, very similar to the range of discussions that have been taking place this week. We are on the verge of establishing the Global Secretariat Hub for Africa of Future Earth, and that is a diorama to show the inclusiveness and the very strategic nature of engagement when one speaks of the SDGs, but very importantly, within the context of future Earth. As a last comment, colleagues, Africa is not working in isolation. A large number of science granting councils are engaged, of course, as we have indicated in the Global Research Council, and there's a particular focus on mission-orientated research and alignment of funding from these public agencies. Secondly, also a very, very prominent global forum of funders in unleashing science missions have been developed during the past 3 years. And this is culminated now in a truly strategic and high-level leadership component in the world to implement the notion of science missions and the establishments. I want to make the last 2 points to emphasize the very central role of science granting councils, not just in Africa, but certainly globally. Its role and mandate and very fundamental responsibility in advancing science, in funding competitive and excellent science, but perhaps more importantly, the multilateral nature in its collaboration that has started to develop and certainly must be recognized as one of the key actors in the world to advance our common challenges in SDGs, but to do that in collaboration. There's vision and innovation, initiative to change, and foresight, which the science granting councils bring. And this certainly will ring true for our common challenges. Thank you indeed for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Aldo, for the truly inspirational presentation of a number of initiatives that the National Research Foundation is leading on. I think, the participants here will agree that many of these initiatives really qualify to be accelerators of the achievement of the SDGs. Because of the true nature of these transformative initiatives. They are inclusive, they are strategic, they are, transdisciplinary, addressing the complexity of the issues and problems we face. And also, they are a multi-stakeholder partnership. They bring the partnerships together with also science being in the driver's seat. So thanks a lot for this very inspiring presentation. So now, with your permission, we will move to Maurice Andati, who will present us an initiative from the Smart Talk Cafe, Rwanda, Kenya. And this is a fellowship, Africa for Sustainable Development Fellowship Initiative, which is training young African entrepreneurs and also university students on sustainable models for development. Maurice will come also online. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity that you have given me. And I also want to thank every single person that has presented. And as you can see, Africa is really trying so hard to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So I represent an organization called Smart Talk Cafe, which is a youth-led initiative that focuses majorly in terms of empowering young people, that is through trainings and through project management and also development of projects that are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and also Agenda 2063. I'm really sorry that I won't do a presentation, I'm sorry. However, I'll just have a very short and brief discussion about the Africa for Sustainable Development Fellowship. So this is a fellowship where we bring together experts that we have engaged on sustainable development, those whom we have trained who are under our specific project, and also experts who are under number one policy development, and also those who are dealing in terms of project management at community level and also at government level, and bring different university students and also young people who have just finished their universities, and also number two, looking at young entrepreneurs who are just having small startups. So our key focus is training them, empowering them, looking at what kind of sustainable models can they use in terms of making their solutions sustainable at community level. Then number two, looking at how are they integrating it at community level so that their trainings or their programs or their projects are community-based and contextualized in a way that communities can benefit from it. However, apart from just helping them in terms of implementation, then how are they connected to the policies that are available in the specific community so that now it can also be sustainable and also be supported by government. And this is through different workshops that we do under the fellowship, through having community engagements where we just don't train them, but also have community engagements where they go look at a way how is it making it viable? Is it something that is viable? Or is something that is helping this specific community? So the Africa for Sustainable Development Fellowship, it is running its second cohort this year. Last year we had 30 students, representatives from 5 different countries in Africa, majorly coming from Kenya, Rwanda, Zimbabwe, and also Nigeria. And from these students, we came up with 2 main projects, which is quality education for people with disabilities, which is being implemented right now in Rwanda through our specific fellows. Then we also have another project in Kenya right now that is running, looking at the advocacy for climate action at high school and university level, looking at empowering young people on what is the importance of climate action, what are the key activities that are done under climate action, then engaging them in key activities so that they can understand why is it important for them to plant trees, which are the specific trees that they are planting, and what are the benefits that they're going to get out of this. So for this year, we are also targeting to have 40 students because the call has already gone out and we already have 20 students who have already applied. And our focus this year is looking into circular economy. Apart from just coming up with different agricultural projects, coming out with different programs, how are you building a circular economy system that can encompass all the value chains from the specific projects or programs that you're having so that it can build up on sustainable models. So this is to help us in terms of number one, advocacy for the SDGs. Number two, creating action specifically on achieving Agenda 2063 and also the SDGs at specific community levels, and making young people be the ones who are driving the agenda and actualization of the SDGs. So removing it from the policy and people sitting around tables to what kind of actions are you able to create with the little resources that you are having in order to make sure that you can achieve and you can be able to achieve the SDGs at different community levels. Thank you so much. So that is what we as Smart Talk Cafe we are engaging in, especially under the fellowship. However, we have also other programs. However, due to time, I will stop there. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you very much for your work, for your enthusiasm, and for working with the young people, the future of the mankind. And thank you for also putting the focus on sustainability and sustainable development. But not just, in a theoretic way, but my understanding from your presentation is that you make the linkage with the communities, and you also come up with some specific actions that are linked to policy, but they deliver on the ground for the people. And you're putting the focus on important issues like education. We know, the role of education. Yesterday, there was a discussion and deep dive on the importance of sustainable education. And also, your first activities, you're putting also focus on climate. Those two things that really matter for the future generations. So thank you very much for your work and for this truly, again, I will use the same words, inspiring initiative. And I will ask you both to stay if that's possible, because at the end, we may have, some questions or some reflections from the audience. So without further ado, we are moving to an agenda that is, on our way, where the continent will have to deliver, hosted by Egypt. This is the Conference of Parties, the 27th session of the Conference of Parties of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This year, it's Africa turn. It's hosted in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. And we all hope that Africa will manage to, really raise and put its agenda and the importance of climate change and the main messages which Africa needs the world to not only hear but act upon. It's a great opportunity, but we will start with a pre-recorded video message of the Executive Secretary of the Secretariat of the UN Convention, Framework Convention for Climate Change, Mrs. Patricia Espinosa. So, colleagues, if we can have the recorded message.
Economies, agriculture, human health, and ecosystems compared to higher levels of global warming. Action is urgently needed. Following progress at COP26, international efforts to address climate change must now enter a critical new phase: implementation of the Paris Agreement at the national level. Nations now have an agreed upon blueprint and framework to work from, with rules ensuring transparency and accountability to each other. Party commitment and responsibility to act is clear, and work must begin immediately. However, for all nations to continue to have trust in the multilateral efforts to address climate change, significant support to developing nations must be undertaken. For instance, when it comes to finance, the long-standing $100 billion pledge from developed countries was a firm commitment that still has not been met. This must be rectified this year. But this is not just about the $100 billion. It's critical we initiate the process for the definition of the new global goal on finance as soon as possible. And while we welcome the call by parties to at least double finance for adaptation, actual needs are still much beyond what is currently available. Parties must continue to focus on the issue of predictable financing. Dear friends, COP26 was an important step forward, but our work and the work of parties continues towards COP27. In Egypt, we need to show progress in all areas, but 3 areas are key: mitigation, finance, and adaptation and loss and damage. Transformational decisions must be made in each. We need more ambitious, nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies. It is crucial that nations who have already submitted their plans return to those NDCs and long-term strategies and make them stronger. Here, G20 nations have a special role to play, representing roughly 80% of the world's emissions. We also have a work program to define the global goal on adaptation. This allows us to identify the collective needs and solutions for the climate impacts already happening in all regions of the world. Nations must advance work in this area in 2022 with an eye to 2023. In Glasgow, parties also enhanced the Santiago network, which provides technical support for countries to address and manage loss and damage related to climate change. This strengthens global efforts towards resilience. The Glasgow Dialogue on Finance for Loss and Damage starts in June and continues until COP28. Colleagues, there can be no easing of urgency on the road ahead. Incremental progress is encouraging, but it has not slowed humanity's current trajectory towards a climate tipping point. We have much work to do between now and November, with 2 COPs coming to this continent in the coming months. 2022 will undoubtedly be a watershed year for both the climate and Africa. We are in this together, and I believe that we are up to the challenges of building forward better to a greener Africa and a greener world. Thank you.
Let us thank Ms. Espinosa. She shed light very clearly on the unfinished agenda of COP26, pointing out to finance, adaptation, loss and damage, all these agenda items that are extremely important for the African countries. So it's the right momentum, but it's also the right momentum to put the focus on implementing the, plenty of pledges that were made at Glasgow and even before that. It's time these pledges to be put into actions. And we believe that the presidency, the government of Egypt, will put focus indeed on implementation. So now it's my great honor, because I serve in Egypt, as you know, to give the floor to a dear colleague, Mr. Sherif Dawood, who will present on behalf of the presidency. He is deputy head of the Sustainable Development Unit at the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development of Egypt. So, Sherif, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elena, for giving me the floor. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you today in this very important session. And I would like to convey the greetings of Her Excellency, the Minister, Dr. Hala Saeed. She sincerely wished to be there, but unfortunately she was engaged in another event with His Excellency, the President. Allow me to deliver her statement on her behalf. So Your Excellency, the chair of the session, Ms. Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, Ms. Elena Banova, the UN Resident Coordinator in Egypt, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you today in this very important session discussing the road to COP27. First of all, and on behalf of the Minister, Egypt is looking forward to welcoming you all at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh next November, and rest assured that the government of Egypt shall spare no effort to make COP27 a success. In fact, climate change is one of the main challenges the whole world is facing now, and it goes beyond being a technical issue towards being a key political and socio-economic question that requires radical changes in the current business-as-usual scenario towards a more green and inclusive growth. I do believe that climate change is an integral part of a bigger picture, which is achieving sustainable development through the implementation of SDGs in order to eradicate poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the African continent is among the most vulnerable continents to the impacts of climate change. Africa will continue to suffer impacts that exceed its adaptive capacity, from increasing temperatures, rising sea levels, to abrupt changes in precipitation and extreme weather events. Such cascading challenges pose significant risks to agriculture and food security, and potentially reversing the hard-earned development gains. Furthermore, the COVID-19 outbreak was a game changer, as reflected by its determinal consequences on health and livelihoods, as well as its impact affecting the global economy. The pandemic has further complexed the challenges Africa is currently facing, including the debt crisis, the rise of inflation and unemployment rates, and the need to expand the social protection networks, as well as the recent political damage. Despite of these challenges, the African continent spared no effort to further promote the efforts to address climate change. On the margins of COP21, which has witnessed the adoption of the Paris Agreement, Africa launched its flagship initiatives, which are the African Renewable Energy Initiative and the African Adaptation Initiative. The continent has always negotiated in different COPs in a constructive manner to expedite the implementation of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the national level, Egypt has taken several steps to further promote sustainable development, resilience, and climate-sensitive policies as follows. We started by updating the Sustainable Development Strategy Vision 2030 to respond to the new and emerging challenges, including population growth, climate change, and water scarcity, while considering the regional geopolitical changes and factoring in the impact of COVID-19. In April 2021, Egypt launched its second phase of the National Structural Reform Programs, which consists of a wide range of reforms targeting the root causes of imbalances in the real economy through focusing on three main sectors, which are agriculture, manufacturing, and ICT, to achieve a well-balanced, green, and inclusive growth, create decent jobs, and increase the resilience of Egyptian economy and its ability to absorb shocks. In addition, Egypt has launched the guidelines of the Environment Sustainability Criteria 2019 in order to increase the share of green projects in the National Investment Plan up to 30% during the current fiscal year, which is 2021-2022. And the government of Egypt aims to raise this percentage of green projects to 50% of the plan of the year 2024-2025 through focusing on projects in clean mobility, renewable energy, water and sanitation, and desalination of water. Egypt is also the first country in Africa and the Middle East to launch green bonds of a value of $750 million in 2019 to mobilize resources in an innovative manner for green projects, especially in the field of clean mobility. The Egyptian private sector is also getting ready to launch its private green bonds of a value that varies between 120 to 200 million US dollars. In addition, Egypt has launched its national strategy for climate change till 2050, where it merged three main components. The first is the low emissions development plan, the second is adaptation, and the third is climate finance. The government is currently working to prepare a national hydrogen strategy to explore the opportunities of production, use, and transport of hydrogen as a source of clean energy, especially blue and green hydrogen. And finally, Egypt is currently implementing an ambitious presidential initiative, Decent Life, to improve the quality of life of habitants in the rural areas. This initiative is targeting almost 58% of the population, and it was recognized by the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, as one of the accelerators to achieve SDGs. The initiative is composed of a series of programs and interventions, including rehabilitating and improving infrastructure, creating decent jobs, providing education and public health services, where it targets 4,500 villages in the time span of 3 to 5 years, with a total cost of 800 billion Egyptian pounds, which is approximately 52 billion US dollars. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in order to better utilize Egypt's unused and underutilized assets, Egypt established its sovereign national fund to further promote public-private partnerships and to crowd in private investments to achieve sustainable development. The fund has joined the One Planet initiative under the leadership of the French President, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, gathering multiple sovereign funds and financial institutions to boost the implementation of the Paris Agreement. It has already created joint ventures with private firms in the fields of producing green hydrogen and manufacturing railway vehicles in order to localize clean mobility technologies in Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate that Africa had spared no effort to address the challenges of climate change, despite the complexity of the challenges the continent is facing. Africa has multiple success stories to share and a huge area for development where our African continent can join forces, can join efforts and lead by example the global forces for climate change. Let me conclude by stating that Egypt is ready to work with all African countries and African regional institutions, as well as African private sector and civil society and all relevant stakeholders to adopt an ambitious development agenda through sharing best practices and success stories and launching initiatives from Africa and for the African people. Following the mandate of the Ministries of Planning and Economic Development, as the ministry responsible for setting the economic and sustainable development policies, I believe that Egypt and its sister African countries has many success stories in the following areas. The first is the area of greening the national budgets and putting in place economic policies that are climate sensitive through the development and application of different tools and models to factor in the cost of environmental degradation for Africa and do an economic valuation for it. The second example is to follow the example of the Decent Life Initiative in order to have it as an African initiative for Africa. It should be a decent life for Africa to direct the public investments towards improving the quality of life of the inhabitants of African rural areas in a climate sensitive manner. The third area is through establishing an African network for climate research and technology to promote science policy interface, collect and analyze data, provide evidence-based policy advice to the decision makers, and integrate climate-related curricula in the African schools and universities. And finally, setting policies to promote public-private partnerships to incentivize the African private sector and expedite its green transition. I invite your distinguished forum to support a joint African endeavor towards formulating African initiatives in these areas to be launched at COP27, following a participatory approach that ensures the full engagement of all relevant stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, research and academia, regional and international organizations, along with development partners. Let me conclude by stating that I'm looking forward to welcoming you all to COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, where we can reach there with concrete initiatives to achieve the interests of our beloved African continent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Over to you.
Sherif, thanks a lot. Thank you for also presenting on behalf of the Minister of Economic Development and Planning and Economic Development of Egypt. First, the ambitious agenda of the government of Egypt when it comes to, climate change and inclusive economy, green economy. Also, thank you for conveying the commitment of the government of Egypt to ensure that COP27 indeed is, the African COP. And thanks at the end for presenting a few ideas which you believe are relevant and could become initiatives supported by the African countries. So thanks a lot for your intervention. So colleagues, we are, approaching towards the end of the last agenda of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We have, a few minutes, 2-3 minutes max for questions, reflections before we close this session. Anyone from we have, 1, 2 hands. I think I will take, 2 interventions. Please, the lady in the middle of the room. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, hello. I'm Dr. Amani Asfour, Chair for the FEMNET, African Women Development and Communication Network, but I'm also the President for the Africa Business Council, which is established by Decision Summit of the African Heads of States. So thank you very much for all the presenters. I would really focus on the issue for the partnership that Mr. Sharif have just said and the role of private sector, including SMEs, women and youth. Because the climate change really affects women. And as FEMNET, we are organizing a side event alongside the COP27 for women and climate justice. But also the Africa Business Council is organizing the role of the private sector with reference to investing in green economy and climate change. And in this aspect, I will really ask the ministers here that there is a decision summit that I have already pushed when I was chair for Human Resource Science Technology of ECOSOC, African Union, to have at least 1% of all GDP of African government geared towards scientific research and technology. And I think this is very important to link it with the science and technology that the speaker from South Africa have worked on, because it is very important to finance scientific research and technology for sustainable development, but also for mitigation the risks of climate change. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for, this very strong advocacy. We have also a representative from Niger. Was it Niger? I saw, a sign up. Please go ahead. One more.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la modératrice, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Nous tenons à remercier la CEA pour l'organisation de cette session qui nous permettra de proposer des actions novatrices en vue d'accélérer les OED et l'agenda, de contribuer à l'agenda 2063. Au Niger, face au déficit chronique de produits vivriers, notamment céréaliers, l'insécurité alimentaire devient de plus en plus un défi majeur. Et la pauvreté gagne chaque jour du terrain dans le monde rural qui comptabilise actuellement 80% des pauvres du pays. C'est pourquoi le président de la République et le gouvernement ont lancé l'initiative 3N, les Nigériens nourrissent les Nigériens. Cette initiative est un engagement politique fort donc, du président de la République et qui permettra d'atteindre les objectifs 1, fin 0 de l'ODD 2, pauvreté de pauvreté, ODD 8, travail décent et croissance économique, et aussi contribuer à l'ODD 17, partenariat pour la réalisation des ODD. La mise en œuvre de cette initiative a fait progresser sur les 10 ans la production irriguée de 19,82% et celle céréalière de 6%. Donc la pauvreté, principalement en milieu rural, a baissé de 5,6 points de pourcentage, pour dire que cette initiative, en tout cas, apporte beaucoup et est en train de contribuer, en tout cas, à l'objectif qu'on s'est fixé. Son but est de contribuer à l'amélioration de la disponibilité, de l'accès régulier aux facteurs de production, ainsi que d'assurer la promotion de l'utilisation des technologies innovantes, approuvées et adaptées aux réalités locales afin de réaliser les objectifs fixés et le plan d'investissement de l'initiative. Et donc, cette initiative s'explique par la création de la Maison du Paysan, qui est un centre de services de proximité intégré constitué de plusieurs sous-composantes. Il s'agit de 4 sous-composantes sectorielles, à savoir un magasin communal de stock de sécurité alimentaire, une centrale d'approvisionnement en intrants agricoles, une centrale communale d'approvisionnement en aliments bétail, et un centre de réparation et de location de matériel agricole. Il existe aussi à côté de ces 4 composantes sectorielles, 4 autres composantes transversales qui sont un centre de formation au métier, une radio communautaire, un système financier décentralisé et un bloc administratif. Donc tout cela va permettre donc d'avoir des services de proximité aux producteurs, dans les zones qui sont dépourvues. Donc, l'importance ici, c'est que la valeur ajoutée de cette initiative est de rechercher une meilleure articulation entre les dispositifs d'appui et activités agro-pastorales et au ménage, l'adoption d'une approche de filière, chaîne de valeur avec un focus à la fois sur les moyens de production et de mise sur le marché, et aussi la prise en compte du processus de la décentralisation qui est en train d'être amorcé au Niger. Donc voilà, Madame la Présidente, Madame la modératrice, un peu ce que je voulais partager pour l'expérience du Niger. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot. This is exactly, what we want to hear. We want to hear from the member states or partners initiative like yours that can help accelerate the SDGs and that are implemented, that have transformative nature. And at the end, when I'm closing, I will also encourage you and ask you to upload this initiative globally so that the other countries can benefit from your experience. So I just got the permission from the chair, thank you, Minister, to a little bit expand the session because we see that there is an interest from the participants. So we will take a few more interventions. So there is a gentleman here, Senegal, a representative of Senegal, please. And then, you will be the next one. Please introduce yourself when you speak. And be brief to the extent possible.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Je m'appelle Mamadou Soulegueye, de la mission permanente du Sénégal à New York. Je serai vraiment laconique et lapidaire. J'ai juste une question pratique. Le 28 février 2022, le rapport du GIEC a vraiment montré des scénarios tellement alarmants, particulièrement en Afrique, et a insisté sur l'urgence de financement climatique, alors que nous allons vers la COP27. L'Afrique réclame toujours le financement, la contribution des pays développés. Ma question elle est celle-ci. Quelles sont les stratégies d'autofinancement de l'Afrique pour l'adaptation et l'atténuation au changement climatique pour éviter une attitude attentiste? Merci beaucoup.
Thanks a lot for this question. I'm not sure, we are quite in a position to respond. I think it's more of a question to the member states and to, the governments of the African country when it comes to, self-financing. We have a gentleman here in the middle. Please go ahead.
Bien, merci, Madame la modératrice, pour la parole. Je me nomme Boniface Simboko, le professeur Kinshasa d'IRC. Je voudrais intervenir et féliciter d'abord l'intervenant qui vient de nous brosser tout à l'heure sur l'octroi de subventions au niveau de la recherche. Mais néanmoins, je dois épingler que vous avez énuméré d'autres, par exemple, d'autres régions d'Afrique, Ouest-Afrique et l'Est-Afrique, mais je n'ai vu nulle part l'Afrique centrale. Et là, j'ai des larmes aux yeux. Mais la question fondamentale que je dois poser ici, vous avez dit que je voudrais connaître comment faire partie de la plateforme pour la science ouverte. Puisque chez nous, en RDC, nous avons des centres de recherche, mais nous avons un secrétariat général à la recherche scientifique et nous avons le Conseil scientifique national. Comment faire adhérer les conseils scientifiques nationaux de la RDC pour qu'ils puissent faire partie intégrante de cette plateforme qui est abritée par la bibliothèque d'Alexandrie. Voilà en fait la deuxième préoccupation, c'est concernant le COP27. J'avais envoyé ici, j'ai quitté mon pays, pour vous nourrir. Comment investir sur le commerce des crédits carbone pour promouvoir la croissance durable et verte en Afrique. Mais je n'ai pas figuré, je ne m'arrête pas, je vais y aller puisque je suis expert en recherche climatique et en même temps psychologue. Je dis, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, sir. We have two more. Maybe I take them and then Aldo, I hope you're online because I want you know, to address the first question of the gentleman, and then on the second question, yeah, we will also try to respond. Please, the gentleman, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Constantin Rukataza. I'm presenting young African statistician. From day one up to now, we are still talking about statistics and data. Mr. Morris have been raised up, they have a fellowship for management. So I would like to give a concern about statistics. As Dr. Ozier has been said, we need a strong monitoring and evaluation in order to towards the agenda of 2063. Therefore, I would like to advise in the recommendation to take into consideration those statisticians for better monitoring and evaluation of the agenda. So I would like to have, if it is possible, the fellowship for those young statisticians, because the future belongs to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very relevant recommendation to Morris and the initiative that he is leading. I hope he will take a note and he will reach out and engage you, as young statistician in the fellowship program. Lady, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Bibiche Munjo. Je suis la secrétaire exécutive d'une organisation RSF, Action pour la réinsertion sociale de la femme de la RDC. Et je suis la représentante de l'Afrique centrale au FEMNET. Et donc, j'ai une petite observation seulement que je voulais présenter aux représentants des jeunes. Et j'ai vu les statistiques avec les jeunes avec qui ils travaillent dans le pays. J'ai constaté, comme mon confrère de la RDC avait dit, j'ai vu qu'il avait présenté seulement les pays de l'Afrique de l'Est, l'Afrique de l'Ouest, mais l'Afrique centrale n'est pas représentée. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen que les jeunes aussi, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de jeunes aussi qui ont cette ambition, de travailler sur la question de l'agenda 2063 et des ODD par rapport à cette accélération. Et quelles sont les conditions et quels sont les moyens pour que ces jeunes aussi de l'Afrique centrale soient aussi intégrés dans cette plateforme? Comment il fait disons, quels sont les critères qu'il présente pour que les jeunes puissent être intégrés par rapport à ça? Parce que l'Afrique centrale, vraiment, c'est comme si l'Afrique centrale est oubliée par rapport à cette question-là. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this very strong appeal to include, the young women and boys. I hope, your appeal will be heard. And then at the end, I will give, of course, the floor, to our presenters to comment and respond to some of the questions. We have online the Minister of Agriculture of Liberia. Liberia, right? Mrs. Janine, can you hear me? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for extending the time and allowing me to speak. I was unable to join the sessions yesterday, and so I appreciate this time. I just wanted to underline that Africa's opportunity for an economic rebound has to be built on the sustainable use of its natural resources. This means establishing the production and trade frameworks that allow us to link the creation of livelihoods to the enhancement of the natural environment. In Liberia, we have high forest cover country with 70% of our land mass. Our trees hold billions of tons of carbon, but we're not on track to meet the SDGs, none of them. And we have to find a way that we can link equitable financing from the carbon trading system and the ecosystem services that we provide in maintaining this valuable natural resource. So we've been working with the UN Economic Commission for Africa and looking at carbon removal techniques, which even at a low price can see us create almost 400,000 Liberia. Applying financing as charismatic offsets and carbon renewal can help us to finance the kind of transformation that we need in agriculture and in our economies in support of the Paris Agreement Accord. So I call on the UNECA and the UN system as a whole to support countries like Liberia, high forest countries, cover countries, countries with vast natural capital, to be able to make this transition to finance our SDGs in an equitable way and using on the basis of our resources. We're already working on this with ECA, with UNDP, and with other partners. And we look forward to, I really like what the Egyptian minister talked about, crowding in the private sector. That's how we will move forward. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this intervention. And I will submit our presentation from Liberia to the Secretariat to form part of the records. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister Cooper, the Minister of Agriculture of Liberia. Thank you very much for, the very, very clear call to UNECA for a partnership when it comes to sustainable use of natural resources, specifically in Liberia. So, colleagues, any other interventions? Please, the gentleman there, and then we will go back, to our two presenters. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
My name is Honorable Garang Majak from South Sudan. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Madam Speaker, I would like to make an intervention on behalf of the private sector in South Sudan. Of course, you know very well that South Sudan is the youngest country in Africa and hopefully the second youngest country in the world, because we learned that, I think last year or this year, there was one of the countries that has emerged to be the youngest country in the world. But in Africa, of course, South Sudan is the youngest country in Africa that has got a lot of challenges, but I know the leadership of President Kiir is trying its best to also work hard toward the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to recommend that, of course, we have a lot of challenges as a continent, but there are some countries that have got advantages that can be used to support other countries or support the entire continent. South Sudan, you know very well that is a young country. We are actually developing our industries, but again, it will be an advantage, added advantage to support South Sudan to be able to contribute to the reduction of the climate change, or let's say the carbon emission, because we are still having low emission of the carbon dioxide in South Sudan. So for us to invest in the green economy, I think it is important to support some countries like South Sudan with a lot of resources to invest in solar so that it doesn't join the other countries in Africa contributing to the climate negative impact of carbon emission. So my appeal is, let us have data on countries that are really having resources to support other countries in Africa, the countries that have got low emissions on the climate change, and then mobilizing the private sector to support the movement of climate change. I want to commend Egypt for doing its best to mobilize the leadership and also bringing together African countries to discuss like what is happening today. The UNICA has done a great job, and also Rwanda, by bringing all the participants from the member states of Africa to discuss the issues of climate change, the issues of SDGs. So on behalf of South Sudan, private sector, we are committed to working together with African countries to reduce the negative impact on the global phenomena. And let us also not forget the young people, because they have the technology, they have the energy, the future belongs to them. Let us support also women. Let us support rural communities, because the world is divided into two, Madam Speaker. There are communities that are not even rich. And I know in Africa, there are some people who are not known. They have never experienced a clean drinking water. They have never seen even a vehicle. They have never seen even light. And they have never experienced anything to do with 3 meals in a day. So these people should be connected to the bigger agenda of poverty reduction, and also try to support them to contribute to the reduction of the negative impact of the climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for raising the voice of the private sector. And thank you also, for reaching out and looking for partnerships on the continent and making, this strong appeal to the rest of the countries for these partnerships. Anybody else? The gentleman in red, and then we will come here. Please introduce yourself.
Merci Madame la modératrice. Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Elhadji Habib Kandji. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Agence nationale de la petite enfance de la Caisse des tout-petits du Sénégal. Je vois qu'il y a une question fondamentale qui revient depuis le début. C'est celle qui concerne le suivi même de la mise en œuvre des ODD. Et un suivi qui passe fondamentalement par d'abord une appropriation. Et on l'a beaucoup d'intervenants l'ont souligné, il y a un problème d'appropriation, surtout de l'agenda 2063 par les Africains. Nous, en ce qui nous concerne par rapport à la petite enfance, c'est vrai, on fait plus référence au programme 2030 que l'agenda 2063. Et moi, ce que je me suis dit, c'est que est-ce qu'il est tard d'avoir un agenda 2063 qui prend en compte en réalité le programme 2030, de sorte que par rapport au suivi, qu'on ait un seul document de référence. De la même manière qu'au niveau national, les politiques prennent en compte ces deux documents. D'abord, le document, l'agenda 2063 qui est africain. Est-ce qu'en termes de tropicalisation, en termes de contextualisation, ce ne serait pas été mieux, en tout cas pour nous les Africains, d'avoir un seul document de référence, en l'occurrence l'agenda 2063, qui prend en compte, qui reste arrimé à l'agenda 2030, tout en prenant en compte évidemment nos réalités socio-culturelles. La question que je me dis, est-ce qu'il est tard? Parce que je me rends compte qu'en réalité, ces deux documents, est-ce que l'agenda 2063 ne prend pas en compte toutes les réalités africaines? Parce que est-ce que le besoin de tropicalisation a été réellement pris en compte? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your question and also reflection. Please, go ahead. Maurice and also Aldo, please, bear with us. I will come back to you once, we have the questions from the audience covered. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I am Christopher Bazivamo, the Deputy Secretary General, East African Community, and I am going to speak based on experience in our integration process. Honorable Minister, I wish to say that sustainable development is about ownership and commitment. And in the process of integration in East Africa, this is what we try to bring on the table, having all sectors, ministers, PSAs, permanent secretaries, and senior officials discussing all matters to build ownership at country level, but also at national level. And here I wish to insist on key points which have been highlighted also in this very important Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, the issue of water and the issue of land, but they are interrelated. Protecting our landscape is also protecting water. So we need water, and land needs to be protected so that this water can be also protected, water bodies. And here I wish to emphasize the fact that we have to build ownership at national level, at regional level, but most importantly, at community level. Involving local communities is very key if we wish to have sustainable achievement. And here I wish to say that there is an element which is sometimes forgotten when we are talking in this UN approach. We're focusing on countries, the element of transboundary ecosystems. And this needs a kind of focus, because sometimes partner state focuses on what is national, forgetting what is actually cross-border. And regionals or regional economic communities come in to consider this element, and we have done at West African Community actually transboundary ecosystems valuation to show the importance of these ecosystems so that we can use them to mobilize partner states actually to even come and invest extra country. And at global level, it's important when it comes to financing. Yes, we move with partner state, but it is important to consider that for value addition, it's very important to think about transboundary ecosystems. And here we have a program which is for environmental protection for sustainable socio-economic development, which brings in, of course, environment, agriculture, water, and industries, but for bottom line being having this involvement of local communities, and this cannot only happen and be sustained if it goes together with jobs creation. Investing in jobs creation using local communities, this will lead to empowerment of these local communities, but creating jobs is an element which is very important when we think about mitigation of climate change. Here you will see erosion control, reforestation, pasture restoration, and in general landscape restoration. But this element of job creation is a quick win to bring everyone on board so that we come up later on with sustainable achievements on the ground, which we build on for sustainable socio-economic development of our citizens. So if we link all this together, it's important to find out that awareness creation is key, advocacy, because sometimes we focus on some other things, but it is also important to bring in parliamentarians because they are there to represent for citizens and to speak for them, but also they are the one who vote to budget when it comes to funding these different activities. Chair, I wish to emphasize these two elements: involvement of local communities, focusing on transboundary ecosystems. This will help in this process of sustaining our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you. You know, in such a short intervention, you actually touched upon on the core of sustainable development, because it needs to deliver at community level. Ownership needs to be there, and also it's cross-boundary. The ecosystems are cross-boundary. So budget, parliamentarians, if we bring it together, that will ensure, as you said, sustainable development. Gentleman in the middle, please go ahead.
Bonjour, mon nom est M. Cissé Marcelin, directeur général du plan et membre de la délégation de Madame le ministre du Plan et Développement de la Côte d'Ivoire. J'interviens parce que j'ai suivi tout à l'heure des points relatifs au dispositif de suivi et évaluation de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063. Je crois que Madame le ministre du Plan et Développement a indiqué que le président Ouattara est le champion pour l'Afrique, et dans ce cadre, sous le leadership de Madame le ministre du Plan de Développement, nous avons conduit beaucoup d'exercices avec la participation des États africains. Et je crois qu'il y a des recommandations fortes qui sont sorties, parce qu'on a déjà produit 2 rapports bino-continentaux et 2 rapports de champions. Et il a toujours été recommandé, parce que l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063, on les appelle des agendas jumeaux. Il y a beaucoup de similitudes. Et l'une des recommandations fortes, c'est d'avoir un processus de planification unique assorti d'un cadre de suivi-évaluation unique des deux agendas. Je pense que c'est un point important. J'ai suivi tout à l'heure quelques questions sur les cadres de suivi. Il était important de relever ces recommandations qui ressortent de l'ensemble des travaux techniques qui sont menés jusqu'à présent. Il nous faut avoir un processus de planification unique, intégrant les 2 agendas pour lesquels il y a de fortes similitudes, avec bien entendu un cadre de suivi et évaluation unique des 2 agendas. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for this recommendation, which actually reinforces, you know, a recommendation that was already made. So it comes very strong from the participants as well, of this close alignment through one monitoring and evaluation system of the 2 agendas. We will go ahead with 5 more interventions so that we also have time to give a possibility to the presenters and the distinguished you know, panel members to also respond to some of your interventions. I now will go to this part of the room, and apologies for, you know, not looking here. So the gentleman from Chad, please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Pour répondre à la préoccupation du représentant du Sénégal de tout à l'heure, en ce qui concerne le suivi des 2 agendas, je voudrais dire qu'au niveau du Tchad, je ne me suis pas présenté, je suis à la direction générale du ministère de l'économie et de la planification du Tchad. Bon, pour répondre à la préoccupation de tout à l'heure, nous, au niveau du Tchad, nous avons, en 2018, fait un rapport de suivi rien que pour l'agenda 2030, et nous avons trouvé que les mêmes parties prenantes impliquées dans les 2 agendas peuvent être mobilisées pour faire soit le rapport sur l'agenda 2030, soit sur le rapport sur l'agenda 2063. Donc, pour ne pas fatiguer les mêmes acteurs, nous avons en 2021 initié un rapport de suivi conjoint de ces 2 agendas. Et c'est ce rapport conjoint de suivi de ces 2 qui nous a permis de préparer notre examen national volontaire de 2021. Donc, je peux dire déjà qu'on est sur cette piste de faire un suivi conjoint de ces 2 agendas, et cela pourrait éviter de fatiguer les mêmes parties prenantes. Lorsque nous envisageons de faire le suivi, nous les mobilisons, au lieu de les mobiliser 2 fois, nous les mobilisons une seule fois pour les 2 agendas. Donc voilà, c'est à peu près ce que nous faisons et qui entre dans la préoccupation soulevée tout à l'heure par le représentant du Sénégal. Merci.
Thank you very much, and thanks for giving a specific example, also of bringing the 2 agendas together at national level and also trying to, align them and report jointly. The gentleman behind you, please go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Alala. I have an NGO that is stand for Obumono. It's to support and network deaf organizations in Africa, where we networking with all deaf in Africans is to also try to connect with other organizations and also the government to advocate for deaf people. So now as I have this opportunity to be with you all, for all the countries that you're standing for, and we're talking about SDGs and all, but I also want to talk about the deaf people and also people with disabilities and accessibility when it comes to sign language or for also the topic that we're having about climate change. So I'm very sure that people with disability are vulnerable when it comes to climate change and also deaf people. So we also want to be included and also to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for, hearing from an NGO participating in the forum. And I think, your example will also serve as a good example to Maurice, who already is putting together and have a specific project when it comes to people with disabilities and education. So we continue. There is another NGO there, I see. Please go ahead. If I see, yeah. Well, that's an NGO representative.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've been raising my hand for the last 15 minutes. My name is Jane Anyango, a grassroots woman from a place called Kibera in Nairobi, Kenya. So my concern is that we have talked a lot about science and STEM. And we know that we are not really established as a continent as far as science is concerned. We have so many science graduates back in their communities selling potatoes and the rest. I know some. So I'm just trying to ask myself, like, where are we? How do we advise these scientists, or where are we? What does the future hold for them? And even if we look at this COVID situation, or African scientists and African researchers, what are you telling us? What information do we have? Some of us are thinking of, we are considering going for African science that some of you refer to as witchcraft, because we are not getting any information from you, and you believe more in what you see and what you can resonate with. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your intervention, and apologies, if I didn't give you the floor. Yeah. So we continue. We have on that end, please go ahead, the gentleman in the middle. Yes.
Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole. Je suis Moïse Kitete. Je viens de la RDC. Je suis le président de l'ONG Bâtir la paix et le développement. Je suis également le secrétaire régional des réseaux des jeunes francophones pour le développement durable. Alors, ici, je vais parler à ce qui concerne mon pays, la RDC. Je sais que les ODD, ce sont les objectifs globaux qui ont pour but de protéger la planète, mais aussi pour garantir la paix et la prospérité aux populations. Mais le cas dans mon pays, il n'y a ni la paix, ni la prospérité, malgré les immenses ressources qui y sont dedans. Dans la partie Est, comme vous le savez tous, il y a les groupes armés qui continuent à s'aimer les terreurs. Dans la partie Centre et Ouest, à Kinshasa, il y a des violences urbaines. Donc nous sommes loin d'atteindre les buts des ODD. Alors, le défi majeur pour notre pays consiste à garantir la bonne gouvernance, la consolidation de l'état des droits, la protection des civils et la promotion du développement durable. Alors, ce sont des questions qui reviennent dans chaque forum, dans chaque conférence, et ça fait un peu trop de revenir sur les mêmes questions. Alors, moi, je voulais savoir dans ces assises, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas de mesures contraignantes ou alors il n'y a pas de sanctions pour des pays qui ne donnent pas beaucoup d'efforts à la réalisation des ODD? Parce que sans mesures contraignantes, nous pouvons beau parler, je pense que certains pays auront vraiment des difficultés d'atteindre les objectifs, qu'ils soient de 2030 ou alors de 2065. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. On that end, please go ahead.
Protocol all respected. My name is Naya Lekunze Celine. I come from Cameroon. I'm a regional councillor and the president of Mubwet Women Cooperative. I thank you for giving me the floor. It's a privilege for me to be here today and at least to see Rwanda for the first time. I want to thank you people for this forum of sustainable development, but I have a worry in my heart, which I feel that we, like Africans, as we are seated here since I came on Wednesday, I wanted to hear us emphasize on something that is really disturbing me, my peace in Africa, the crisis we have everywhere in Africa. When we want to build sustainable development, and then there are crises everywhere, how are we going to go ahead? How can we forge ahead? And how can we succeed in sustainable development when we have crises everywhere? I thought that we'll have to come up with an agreement, or it may be to come up with a statement that we can look into this problem in Africa, that our youths are dying every day. We are building the country for the youths, and the youths are fighting every day and dying. Then we are building this country for who? Secondly, our organization, to come up with smart agriculture, when we have the climate change, we came up with smart agriculture, and we discovered some fertilizer, some manure, local manure that we produce it ourselves, so that we don't go far away to work much land again as in the past, but where you can work a small place like this hall, and you produce much food through that fertilizer. But we cannot produce it much because we don't have the mechanism to do the production. So we need help. We also take care of the needy children who are stranded, who have lost their mothers and their fathers. Some have only lost their fathers. They can't go to school. So we struggle to see how we can sponsor these children to go back to school. So we need help. We need those who can support us so that we take care of these children, because most of them are school dropouts. When you come to our country, You see so many girls who have children. You see them carrying children. You thought that they are nursing, they are babysitters, but they are mothers. You see little girls like this with 3, 4, 5 children without husbands. Please, we need your help. Help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing, this very strong plea for, peace, for sustainable development. And I think, the answer is right here. Sustainable development can work in Africa. And I think the country we are hosted by is an example of this. So we go further. The gentleman there, yes, CEO, what is written on your, please go ahead on the tabella.
Thank you so much. My name is Jasper Mawana from Zimbabwe, Executive Director of Zimbabwe Youth and SDG, and a board member of Zimbabwe Youth Council. I want to appreciate all protocols observed here. I want to also take it to the houses and say that any developmental agenda that excludes the youth is not sustainable. And in that respect, I mean that I want to urge member states and all people that are here, including the UN, to have a practical implementation on engagement in issues to do with sustainable development. There seems to be a lot of talk on youth inclusion, but if you go on the ground, there's quite a little that is being done, including climate funding we're actually talking about today. We should be able to say we are taking into account the African Union or United Nations and say what has been allocated to youth organizations to empower and capacitate young people, which is evidenced on the ground. Remember the 3 key issues that are actually affecting us, a simple African person, is health, education, and food. So if we are going to address sustainable development in these 3 mainstreams, it's going to be easy to bring in our young people and ensure that they also contribute meaningfully to the development of their nations. Allow me also to take an issue that is being raised in terms of the increase in electronic waste management and its impact on climate change and public health. I want to raise it to this house to say, as Africa, we need to also look at our policies when it comes to refurbished equipment or the importation of used equipment for connecting people to the internet. There seem to be a very rise, adoption and receiving of donations of electronic waste, which is disposed improperly in Africa, which is affecting our young people, including our health, including our environment. I also feel that we need to look at it and see what policy we can put. As far as we need to connect at the cheapest cost for our people, we also need to ensure that we green it for our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Last intervention, the gentleman over there. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and since really great discussions in this forum. My name is Raphael Kinoti. I am the CEO at an organization called Brook. We do animal welfare. But just trying to reflect a little bit, in this forum and actually indeed all over the world, we are all currently in masks. Of course, scientists have not come out clearly to tell us where COVID came from, but there is a huge suspicion that this is a zoonotic disease, if we look at SARS and other very related diseases. Now, looking at Africa, huge contribution to the economy and livelihoods of communities in Africa is from livestock. How do we integrate discussions about livestock in this forum? Because I know livestock actually contribute highly to communities achieving SDGs, especially the poor of the poor. And when I say livestock, I mean animals in general, because then even working animals, I know communities are actually really, are getting livelihoods out of even an animal like a donkey that is really helping communities eke out a living and achieve SDGs. So just asking, how do we amplify the voice of animals in this forum and in terms of achieving SDGs, especially in the African setup? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we heard, diverse voice from the participants, from the private sector, NGOs, governments as well. So now I want to go back to the distinguished panel and also to the presenters so they can reflect, address some of the issues that were raised by all of you. So let me go back. I hope you know that Maurice and Aldo are with us. Aldo, shall we start with you? There were a number of comments with regard to, the research agenda in Africa and some specific recommendations. Can you please respond to some of these questions?
Moderator, thank you very much, colleagues, and especially for the insightful comments and questions posed. Let us start with the African Open Science Platform and the comment from the gentleman of DRC. So please refer to aosp.org.za. The intention of this platform is to be as inclusive and open as possible. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo and many other countries are very welcome to join, but also to have an inclusive approach to this notion of open science and what that process would mean for development. I'm also pleased to share with Mr. Dawood that we're working with Professor Sarah Galden to focus the AOSP at COP27 in Egypt at the end of the year. The other comments, moderator, in terms of a research agenda for Africa, that is a bold statement. Yes, we are bound by our agreed vision of Agenda 2063. But allow me to be slightly direct, colleagues. Our countries, and primarily through our ministries of education, ministries of economic development, of science, has a very fundamental role to play in terms of our own investment. And that own investment with respect to research is portrayed within the excellence in science that the councils fund. And a key role player in this is academia. So the voice of science with respect to the role of universities, how it is engaged with the councils, by implication with the relevant ministries, that should be a key focus. That is where the knowledge is based. That is where the majority of the research emanates from. And that is where our collective approach to our challenges will be addressed. But the key point is that we must show our own investment and initiative and commitment and use that as a basis towards multilateralism, research collaboration, and engagement. And in the words, moderator, of yourself and the gentleman from the East Africa Commission, this is done through a recognition that our challenges are transboundary, although of course it is nationally focused by implication, but certainly that we can do and should do this in partnership for a common collective to address these aspects. I want to very much support the comment from the member from Egypt in terms of the role of industry and the private sector, also the gentleman from South Sudan. This is a common endeavor that we see a focus on relatively recently in how industry and the private sector must and should engage with academia, with the public sector, like science granting councils, etc., for co-design and co-investment to address our challenges. We have seen, and in Africa in particular, that there's a parallel process. And the one challenge is the bureaucracy of the public sector that does not entice private sector to engage. So there's a set of recommendations that we should consider very strongly in how we create an enabling environment for private sector to purposefully partner with public sector to focus on these aspects. As an example, as the National Research Foundation of South Africa, which is an entity of the Department of Science and Innovation, a very close working relationship is really key because there's public policy, public investment, but there's also aspects of the recognition of the fundamental role that these councils play in advancing research, in advising on policy, and working towards an impact framework that is useful in how we address our challenges. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Aldo, thanks a lot, and thanks also, for being very frank in sharing your reflections and responses. We go now to Maurice. Maurice, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for the opportunity. So maybe I think I have a couple of things that I'm going to share. First of all, from the gentleman from Senegal who was discussing about Agenda 2063 and its connection with the SDGs. For us, from Smart Talk Affair, whatever we engage in, especially under the fellowship, is to do, number one, an interconnection between the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, look at which are the specific areas that are correlated. Then, based on the countries that we are engaging in, I'll give an example here in Rwanda. Rwanda has the Vision 2050. So we look into how are these interconnected in terms of Agenda 2063, looking at Vision 2030, looking at Vision 2050, how are they correlated, and in terms of how is this now going to be done at community level through engaging specific young people who are at community in order to contextualize it, so that now when we are presenting such kind of documents or presenting such kind of data, we are not having the bombardment of these big words, but telling people at community level, if you have 2 cows, these are the benefits that you are going to get. If you engage in such kind of activities, if you're engaging in climate action, these are the specific crops or specific trees or specific items that you're going to plant, then these are the specific benefits. So that now for them, it is easier for them to know if I engage in 1 or 2 activities, it is easier, rather than just telling them the Agenda 2063 and all that. And apart from just having the fellowship, we also have other programs that we're using in order to make sure that these people at community, especially young people, can understand it at the simplest way. Then they can engage it with the relevant and the already existing resources that they do have. Another thing that I was also to talk about was looking at the gentleman who brought out the issue of the social economic development, and also looking at the environment, specifically at climate action. And with this, I will give with an example of maybe a program that we are running. And we have a program called Agro Bamboo that is focusing majorly on climate action. Through our various engagements, we came to notice that everyone is trying to plant trees, but number one, people are not looking into which are the specific trees that are being planted and where are they being planted and what are the impacts that are going to help in terms of, number one, that environment, number two, and also the people that are being told to plant these specific trees or these specific crops. And that's when through our research, we came to realize there's a crop called bamboo, which is really good, and especially when it comes to climate action. And when you look at engagement at its various value chain, number one, it covers the issues to do with climate action because of its regenerative characteristics. It is very sustainable because of its regenerative characteristics. Number two, looking at its financial aspect, is the people who are planting it in a period of 1.5 years, they're able to start generating finances from it through engaging in things like weaving, production of manure, and production of such kind of things. So when we go to communities, we are telling them you are engaging in climate action. However, the more you plant, these are the benefits that you are going to get. So you find they can connect, they can interconnect. It is going to help me in terms of environment. It is going to remove the hard metals from water, which means removing poison from water, which means I can drink that water. But far from it, I'm also going to get money out of it, because I can go do sustainable management and I can get parts to do weaving, sell it, get my money. I can also create manure, sell it, get my money, as I'm continuing to push towards climate action and realization of climate action. So those are the kind of engagements that we are engaging, so that we are not solely dependent on who is going to give me finances in order to do this, but how are we using that simple in order to build the community to build itself, in order to regenerate itself and also make money for itself and also do bigger things. Then another thing that I was also going to also discuss was the issues of disability. So through our engagement through the fellowship and also our programs that we are running in universities and also high schools, because we are key focused on quality education and how it gives a very important role, is the project of having the disabilities, especially in quality education here in Rwanda, was we were looking for how can we create partnerships so that as we are also doing these fellowships, we are also having people of disabilities taking part coherently as the fellowship continues, and also where they're also taking part. So also creating partnerships, and if I'm able to reach out also to the member, then we can see how we can work together and also make sure that every single person is not left behind, and we're going to work together. Then lastly, I will discuss. I'm sorry, I hope I'm not taking so much of time. Lastly, I'm going to talk about the gentleman from Rwanda who was talking about statistics and also having engaging statisticians specifically on our fellowship and having a program for them. So maybe just to give a point for the fellowship, however when we do it is the fellowship runs for 3 months. However, the fellows, we engage them for 1 full year. So the fellowship for the 3 months, we train them, give them the skills, take them to the community, develop specific programs. Then for the rest of the months, as we continue engaging in different other programs, we do monitoring and evaluation for them. And it will be really important if we can also have the statisticians come in. However, not only just being part of the fellowship, but also be part of the long-term life of the program, especially to make sure that by the end of having the 2 projects or the 10 projects that we're going to have, 3 or 4 of them have become successful and have moved forward. So I think those are the areas that for us we are engaging in, and thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you very much, Maurice, for very elaborate and down-to-earth, response, specific. So now I would like to go to Ambassador Kelopile. A few reflections from your end?
No, thank you very much again, Madam Moderator. Let me first observe that I think I'm glad that I came, because I find your interventions very much different from the ones I'm used to hearing in New York. So I think yours are quite precise, not the diplomatic ones that are normally made where we sit. So I'm really grateful for these very pertinent questions you are raising. I wouldn't, as ECOSOC president, claim I can answer all of them, but I can assure you that they are well noted. I think issues of inclusion that you raised in different angles, some spoke about people with disabilities, which was also a subject of discussion yesterday. Some spoke about how do we involve the youth. Some spoke about some young scientists, and including a very important point about how are we harnessing what I would call indigenous knowledge. I know it was referred to as witchcraft, but I would say that is indigenous knowledge, that how do we harness that vis-a-vis the science that is practiced elsewhere. But there's one question that has been posed, which is a very tricky but very pertinent one. How do you, is it possible rather, to sanction those countries that are not making enough effort to implement the SDGs? Very tricky one indeed, but a legitimate one at the same time. I think the 2030 agenda, by its nature, it must be seen as a common blueprint at global level to assist countries in achieving what they already have been trying to do at national level. So as you noted, much as it is an agreed outcome, a negotiated process, of course, which incorporated the concerns of all those who participated, including the other stakeholders beyond member states. It sort of left the room for the national governments. I think when it comes to the means of implementation, which includes now the voluntary national reviews. There is a reason why it had to be called voluntary national reviews, because not the member states would not have wanted to be bound, even if they agreed with the compact, the blueprint. But the implementation is still taken as a prerogative of each member state. Therefore, even the voluntary national reviews, there's a reason why they are called voluntary. But we must still, however, appreciate that much as VNRs are called voluntary, they are very popular. Almost all countries, I mentioned earlier in my statement, 176 countries have actually voluntarily presented progress reports on what they are doing to implement the SDGs. And we'll be adding the numbers again during the forthcoming 2022 high-level political forum. So there is progress, but I think it would be unrealistic really to expect any sanctioning. I think we should just continue working. There are many variables that are at play that would make that exercise very complicated, apart from the sovereign right of member states. The issues that are associated with the implementation, the means of implementation, the issue of finance is being raised. I mean, member states can do as much using their limited resources. Some are able, some are not so able. It's a global commitment, really, which can benefit from the global support with the financing issues that you also raised. So leaving it or putting it squarely on individual member states and talking about sanctioning them, I would think it would be really practically not so possible. But it's a genuine expectation that you raised. But otherwise, no, thank you so much. Very rich comments. I've noted all of them. I will take them back and feed them into the ECOSOC processes. And just to end perhaps by referring to some of the platforms that are coming, with some of these issues you raise, could be captured even much better. In April, the 19th and the 20th of April, the ECOSOC Youth Forum is coming. That is a very big event which is supposed to bring all the global youths to also provide their input on what they think about the implementation of the SDGs and raise their concerns. So those of you who spoke about how do we engage our youth, please note this is a very important event. It's going to be virtual, so those who can be able to connect from as far, they can connect and raise some of these important issues. There was an issue that related to science, innovation, and technology. ECOSOC has an event also, I think it's coming in May. I can't remember the exact dates. The Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science and Technology, the STI Forum, is convened also under the auspices of ECOSOC. It brings all the stakeholders to share knowledge about science, technology, and innovation, and how it can be utilized to propel the implementation of the SDGs. So those of you who raise some of those issues, that will be the opportunity also to bring them forward through the ECOSOC platforms. So let me thank you again, Madam Moderator, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Kelapile. And now, with great pleasure, I want to give the floor to the Honorable Minister. Please, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Elena. Let me start by thanking all the speakers from the room for their rich contributions. They have raised issues, they have suggested solutions. It has made really our session very interactive. I want to comment on two aspects raised from the room. One is about harmonization, or even the merger of the two agendas, Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. The second aspect is about the ownership and the strategy for autonomous financing of the two agendas. These two aspects were discussed by representatives from Senegal, Chad, all were raised in French. Maybe I can respond in French as well. So, concernant la question d'harmonisation et voire même la fusion des deux agendas, je crois que la question réside plus dans l'intégration de ces deux agendas au niveau national dans les programmes nationaux de développement. Ceci permet au pays de mettre ensemble les priorités nationaux, les priorités de l'agenda 2030-2063, qui sont en réalité les priorités nationaux. Si on regarde les 17 objectifs, si on regarde l'ensemble de l'agenda 2023, ça coïncide avec les priorités nationaux, donc il est relativement facile de voir tout dans un programme national de moyen et de long terme, et ceci nous permet de harmoniser les indicateurs et de mettre en place un cadre de monitoring, de suivi et d'évaluation. Nous avons essayé cette approche et ça marche au Rwanda relativement bien. Donc, il faut harmoniser, il ne faut pas fusionner les deux, disons les deux au niveau de l'Union africaine et des Nations unies, mais au niveau national, il faut intégrer les deux agendas dans nos programmes nationaux et à ce moment, nous serons en mesure de faire le suivi de l'ensemble du plan national qui intègre les deux agendas. La question du Sénégal concernant, donc il a dit, mais quelle est la stratégie de financement autonome de ces deux agendas? C'est une question très importante. Et je crois que il faut maximiser les ressources domestiques, les ressources nationales, mais nous savons que ces deux agendas demandent des moyens assez importants, des moyens qui dépassent les capacités nationales. Donc il faut aussi mobiliser les ressources externes. Et donc, ce que nous pouvons faire au niveau national avec nos propres moyens, c'est d'utiliser les moyens déjà existants et d'intégrer les aspects des agendas, les aspects climatiques dans les programmes nationaux qui existent. Par exemple, en parlant des actions climatiques, adaptation et prévention, ceci est transversal dans pratiquement tous les secteurs de développement national, les infrastructures, l'éducation, l'agriculture, les forêts, l'industrie. Donc il y a moyen d'utiliser les ressources existantes pour répondre et pour réaliser d'autres objectifs de ces deux agendas, des objectifs climatiques, en les intégrant dans les programmes qui existent, en s'assurant que dans chaque programme, ces aspects-là sont inclus. Donc, c'est une des approches. Ensuite, le partenariat global est nécessaire et les capacités internes à mobiliser les ressources externes disponibles, et notamment le carbon trading qui a été longuement discuté ici. Ce sont certaines des stratégies que nous pouvons utiliser pour optimiser les ressources disponibles au niveau national, mais aussi renforcer la capacité de mobiliser les ressources externes pour réaliser nos deux agendas. Voilà ce que je voulais contribuer, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndagijimana. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable panel members, Excellencies, I think we're moving towards concluding this last 10th agenda item of the Regional Africa Forum for Sustainable Development. So I would like to offer very briefly two concluding remarks. First one is a call to all of you, to the government representatives, to the private sector, to the NGOs, to the partners of academia, to indeed look for these transformative solutions and SDG acceleration initiatives, which I'm sure exists in all your countries. And take the example from the ones that we heard, the ones that were also presented from the audience, and let's make an effort to share. There is an online platform at DESA, and the website is also on the website of the forum, where you can go and you can upload your transformative initiative. It's important that we share among ourselves these solutions, because they exist, I'm sure, knowing also working in Egypt, in other countries, I know. But we need to share, because the answer is within the work that we are doing on the ground, with the work that we are doing in our communities. So that's my first plea to all of you. Go and try and upload, and then they will make its way to the HLPF, where also the governments will have an opportunity and the partners to look at these solutions. Number two, this is the COP27. Extremely important, great opportunity that exists for the continent, but we need to make an effort. We need to make an effort to partner and jointly make sure that the African agenda is at the table, not just, but also linked to the global agenda. The important things for Africa that matter are put on the agenda. We heard elements or comments from some of you on the that are linked to the carbon market, for example, right? A lot of opportunity for self-financing your climate actions if we operationalize the Article 4 of the Paris Agreement, and many other elements that should be put at the table. Use the existing architecture. African Union, the network of the Ministers of Environment, the network of the African climate negotiators, and of course, UNECA and the various also coordination structures of the UN are here to partner with you, so that we indeed, use this opportunity and don't miss it, because it's an important, crucial opportunity in the right time. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for extremely active participation. I'm sure the Bureau members are taking notes. ECA is taking notes on many of your interventions. The honorable also ministers and excellencies and the ambassador, they took note. So I'm sure this will make a difference. I want to thank our presenters, our also honorable panel members, all of you, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Just to give you some information, we will now break for lunch for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we're gonna restart at 2 p.m. to adapt the key messages. The member of the Bureau will go now through the key messages on the Kigali Declaration. So, and then we'll all together come back at 2 here to go through the key messages and to the adoption session. Bon appétit. Sorry, an additional information. During this time, you will receive on your email the electronic version of the key messages. So, as you know, we are a paper smart forum. Thank you. Bon appétit. Sorry, and an additional message. There are also buses ready outside for the PCR test. For the persons that need PCR test, buses are ready outside. Pour les personnes qui souhaitent faire un test PCR, il y a aussi des bus qui sont disponibles à l'extérieur. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, le bureau est en train de finaliser la lecture des messages clés et de la déclaration de Kigali. Vous allez normalement recevoir également sur vos adresses e-mail, donc merci de vérifier votre courrier. Vous devrez recevoir ces documents dans les minutes qui suivent, si vous ne les avez pas encore reçus. Donc, la session devrait démarrer d'ici un petit quart d'heure. On attend juste que le bureau finisse la relecture du document qu'il a reçu. Et entre-temps, vous recevrez sûrement les messages clés. So I was telling that the bureau is going through the key messages on the Kigali Declaration. So we're going to start in 15 minutes time. So normally you should receive these two documents on your email address. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons reprendre nos travaux. Merci de rejoindre vos sièges. Monsieur le Président du Bureau, vous avez la parole.
Hello. Can we start, please? Thank you for coming back to our agenda. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. So, welcome to the last session of our forum. We have two major items. One is we're going to present the key messages emerging from our 3-day discussions. Then we have the Kigali Declaration, which summarizes the outcome of this forum. Then we also announce the next forum, the venue, and then we have the closing remarks to end our forum. So without delay, I invite the ambassador from Morocco to present key messages from this conference, from this forum, because the report is big, so we will focus only on key messages. And the documents are available on the web. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. As the Chair indicated, we will present the key messages as an outcome of the deliberations of the different panels during the 8th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. So allow me now, to present the key messages on the different themes of the 8th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, followed by the Kigali Declaration. We start with the key messages. Sorry, thank you. So I was saying that I would be presenting the key messages of the 8th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We start with the first title, or theme, high-level panel on unlocking financing to build forward better from the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 crisis, and accelerate delivery of sustainable development in Africa. We go straight to the key messages under this item. It's paragraph 17. In light of the discussion the forum agreed on the following key messages. A, given the magnitude of post-pandemic financial needs in areas such as infrastructure and health, and as the pandemic has reversed hard-earned gains over the last 2 decades, governments need to work in partnership with the private sector and international players such as the United Nations and multilateral banks to meet these urgent challenges. B, as the opportunity cost of women being sidelined is 60 billion a year, gender parity should go beyond social fairness and human rights to include ownership of assets. C, domestic resource mobilization is critical for sustainable development. Africa needs to address the issue of its liquidity crisis with a sense of urgency, recognizing its multiplier effects in supporting countries' risk profile and boosting their credibility. D, government should become enablers, not competitors, in creating a conducive environment for the private sector. To that end, empowering the private sector is vital to enable Africa to take ownership of its development. E, as commodity dependence is a constraint and a risk, African countries are urged to switch to value addition and manufacturing to build forward better and reduce resource dependence. F, governments are urged to undertake robust reforms and on domestic markets to stimulate private sector development and access to finance in an inclusive manner. G, de-risking mechanisms must be identified to support the development of small and medium-sized enterprises and to lower interest rates. H, to reduce the cost of borrowing and to lower bank risks, use should be made of innovative schemes such as movable collateral registers and blended finance, a track record of credits information in support of small and medium-sized enterprises, and the provision of credit guarantees by policymakers. I, for small and medium-sized enterprises, there is need to incentivize the formalization process by providing good external finance to finance current expenditures and a tax grace period. J, no promising idea should be allowed to die for lack of funding, and no one should be left behind. These are the key messages under the first theme or sub-theme. B, highlights of progress at the regional and sub-regional levels in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 in the context of the COVID-19 crisis. The key messages are as follows. Paragraph 24 in the English text. In the light of the discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. Member States should make efforts to align national development plans with both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 and use the integrated planning and reporting toolkit to facilitate, quantify, and deepen the alignment of both frameworks. B, Member States should make the African Continental Free Trade Area work for regional cooperation and use it as key mechanism for industrialization, enabling them to compete at not only the regional but also the global level, leveraging the opportunities that the area provides to pool resources and spread the benefits across the continent. C, member states are urged to promote nature conservation as one of the continent's greatest assets, with transformative potential as a source of wealth, in particular through the monetization of carbon sequestration. D, member states are urged to capitalize on digitalization to unlock the potential of education, health, social protection, and trade. E, member states, SCA, and other development partners, including Afreximbank and the African Development Bank, are requested to invest in capacity building and tools in support of implementation, including access to finance, as well as the monitoring and evaluation of progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, the goals of Agenda 2063. F, member states are urged to enhance regional cooperation and domestic resource mobilization and use their special drawing rights recently approved by the International Monetary Fund in innovative ways as development levers that could be catalytic for attainment of the development goals. Subtheme, plenary roundtable panel on the boosting the generation and use of data and statistics to build forward better and accelerate delivery of sustainable development in Africa. So under this sub-item or sub-theme, the following are the key messages. Paragraph 25. In the light of the discussion, the forum urged member states, A, to harmonize and integrate their statistical systems, to strengthen partnerships with civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, and unofficial data producers, and to ensure that there is constant communication between national statistics offices and the private and public sector. B, to develop frameworks for quality assurance to be performed on non-official data and to develop legal frameworks for key stakeholders to share data among each other. C, to create an environment that is conducive to young statisticians, supporting the modernization of national statistical systems for reporting on the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Young statisticians should be at the center of statistical development strategies through innovation, development information and communications technology capabilities, and the creation of a competitive environment that is conducive to their professional development. Subtheme D, plenary roundtable panels on national and subnational actions and reviews to build forward better and accelerate delivery of sustainable development in Africa. The key messages under this sub-item are as follows. Paragraph 27, always in the English text. In the light of the discussion, member states are urged to A, collaborate with other countries in the region to build on and learn from best practices. B, put mechanisms in place to reach women, youth, and civil society organizations to help ensure that reviews are grounded in real experiences. C, incorporate feedback from stakeholders and communities on previous reviews to improve the implementation of subsequent reviews. D, prioritize reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals that are most relevant to national priorities and use the reviews to mobilize awareness of and interest in those goals, while recognizing that other goals cannot be ignored. E, embedded accountability by government to civil society organizations and other groups within the review process. F, prioritize education as it relates to children, the vulnerable, social inclusion, human capital, and other vital areas. G, assist in particular certain groups, such as children, that have fallen further behind owing to the COVID-19 pandemic. H, focus on building capacity to collect accurate and timely data and build interactive dashboards to display those data. I, build on the reviews to ensure that it does not end with just a one-off report, but serves as a springboard for an ongoing process. J, incorporates other important issues into the review process, such as governance. K, use the reviews as a tool to link national development plan activities to the programs of the United Nations and other partners in the country, with a view to optimizing the delivery of services. L, use the review process as a tool to mobilize donor support and domestic budgetary resources for specific sectors and activities. Now we move to the next sub-theme, voluntary sub-national reviews and peer learning to bolster local action. The key messages under this sub-theme are as follows. Paragraph 29 of the English text. In the light of the discussion, member states are requested, A, to scale up efforts to raise awareness of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 to foster a sense of ownership at all levels of society, including through community institutions. B, to institutionalize national-local partnerships and multi-stakeholders dialogue in voluntary local reviews, engaging in particular with national associations of local government. C, to strengthen institutional mechanisms to engage local governments in regional and global agendas, and to take note of recommendations made by the advisory group on local and regional governments that the Secretary General has planned to establish as part of the common agenda of the United Nations system. D, to prioritize the involvement of women, young people, and other stakeholders at all stages of voluntary local reviews to deepen ownership, integration, and delivery on the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. E, to leverage voluntary local review process to identify, implement, and accelerate interventions for local development and inform the design and revision of existing strategies and plans. F, to enhance the knowledge, skills, and financial capacities of local and regional governments, including in terms of the 2030 Agenda, Agenda 2063, and voluntary local reviews. G, to strengthen the disaggregation of data relating to Sustainable Development Goal indicators at the subnational level to facilitate local progress reviews and the targeting of interventions and investment required to accelerate progress. H, to take urgent action to plan and manage urbanization and human settlements for sustainability as part of the new urban agenda, taking advantage of the high-level meeting of the General Assembly on the implementation of the new urban agenda to be held on the 28th April 2022 to galvanize momentum and action. I, to strengthen engagement in the high-level political forum on sustainable development and put forward strong arguments regarding the importance of urban and human settlement as key elements for the overall implementation of the new urban agenda and the critical role of voluntary local reviews in this regard. J, to place housing and basic services at the core of the implementation of global and regional commitment and to mobilize the power of cities to accelerate implementation of the Paris Agreement. The United Nations is requested, A, to disseminate its regional guidelines for voluntary local reviews at the local and national levels to support subnational authorities in conducting such reviews and to ensure common reporting across all localities while ensuring strong linkages to voluntary national reporting. B, to scale up support for subnational reviews by promoting the uptake of the guidelines for voluntary local reviews in Africa, including among smaller localities and those with resource constraints. Subtheme E, parallel meetings for an in-depth review of progress made and peer learning on the sub-themes of the regional forum. We have a subtitle here, parallel meeting on the sub-theme of quality. The key messages under this sub-theme are as follows, paragraph 38. In the light of the discussion, the forum urged member states, A, to improve inclusive quality education with a focus on learning outcomes, including in early childhood education. B, to strengthen the relevance of training programs to reduce the mismatch between training and the labor market, including through public-private partnerships. C, to improve the information system used to formulate education policies and to integrate a labor management information system into education. D, to leverage digital transformation to accelerate the achievement of Goal 4. Sub-theme 2, parallel meeting on the sub-theme of gender equality. The key messages are as follows. Paragraph 43, always of the English text. In the light of the discussion, the forum urged member states, A, to strengthen institutional arrangement to enhance implementation of commitments on gender equality and women's empowerment. B, to align gender-responsive policies and programs with Sustainable Development Goals 5 and with Aspiration 6 of Agenda 2063. C, to ensure that there was sustainable financing for gender-responsive climate adaptation measures and that the commitments on gender equality and women's empowerment set out in the goals were fulfilled. D, to accompany the political will at different levels with a larger scale, coordinated financing mechanism to support implementation of gender equality and women's empowerment priorities at all levels. E, to strengthen the evidence for the gender-responsive implementation of 2030 agenda through better agenda data, statistics and analysis to effectively monitor progress among women and girls across all goals and targets. It was important to enhance the role of national statistical offices in generating and applying research-based information and gender and sex disaggregated data to support the gender-responsive implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. F, to strengthen partnerships that were broad-based, inclusive and coordinated, and that were key drivers for sustainable development and the effective implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, which would require the strategic engagement of member states, the African Union, regional economic communities, civil society, organizations, traditional and community leaders, and the United Nations Development System. G, to ensure policy coherence at all levels so that women and girls were protected from the shocks of climate change. H, to support the perspectives of young people, especially women, which were essential to strengthen accountability and outcomes regarding implementation of the 2030 Agenda. I, to ensure that women were effectively involved in decision-making on climate change at the local, national, and international levels. J, to continue to prioritize gender as a cross-cutting consideration in the implementation and monitoring of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We move now into the key messages of the sub-theme 3, parallel meeting on the sub-theme of life below water. Key messages. Paragraph 45. In the light of the discussion, member states and development partners are urged to A, build capacity to mobilize sustainable finance, including through debt for nature swaps and the liquidity and sustainability facility to support the implementation of a sustainable and inclusive blue economy. B, strengthen partnerships to embrace and fund implementation of the Great Blue Wall in support of coastal and marine restoration and protection. C, push for developed countries to honor the promise of providing 100 billion per year for climate action by the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and deduct a significant amount of those resources to supporting coastal adaptation, protection, and resilience plans. D, increase investment in marine data, science, technologies, and youth entrepreneurship. Sub-item 4, parallel meeting on the sub-theme of life on land. The key messages under this sub-item, sub-theme, are as follows. Paragraph 50. In the light of the discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. A, governments and partners should strengthen and scale up the valuation of natural capital and the mainstreaming of biodiversity, nature-based solutions and climate-friendly agriculture, and disaster risk reduction in voluntary national reviews and development plans and budgets. B, governments and the private sector need to increase investment to combat land degradation and enhance the productivity and sustainability of land, forests, and biodiversity resources for inclusive green growth. C, ECA and United Nations system as a whole should help to establish a truly developmental carbon market on the continent to contribute to increasing job creation while also contributing to attainment of the goals of the Paris Agreement on climate change and the sustainable management of forests and biodiversity. D, member states should strengthen public and private partnerships and coordinate and effectively implement policies, national plans, and legislative frameworks for the sustainable management of land, forests, and biodiversity at scale. E, governments and partners need to strengthen their capacity to mobilize funding for the sustainable management of land, forests, and biodiversity conservation, and for COVID-19 recovery by exploring new and innovative sources such as the liquidity and sustainability facility designed by ECA and partners, debt swaps for biodiversity and sustainability, and green and blue bonds. F, governments are urged to strengthen national One Health approaches to attain optimal health for people, animals, and ecosystems, and better contain future pandemics. Governments, the private sector, J, Government, the private sector, and partners need to implement fully the Nairobi Declaration, adopted at the 7th high-level meeting on disaster risk reduction in November 2021, to reduce disaster risk and build resilience, including through biodiversity, conservation, and nature-based solutions. H, member states should endeavor to empower women, youth, indigenous people, and local communities by strengthening and enforcing resource tuner rights and enhancing access to finance to achieve inclusive wealth creation and the sustainable management of forests and biodiversity resources, and also to manage natural resource-based conflicts and disputes. Government should strengthen research, development, and innovation and better integrate environmental data and statistics in national statistical systems. Sub-theme 5, parallel meeting on the sub-theme of partnerships. Following are the key messages. Paragraph 55 of the English text. In the light of the discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. A, member states are urged to: 1. Foster enhanced partnerships premised on peace and development, and also on a shared understanding of the vision and aspirations of Africa enshrined in Agenda 2063, anchored on institutional trust, ethics, and ownership. 2. Accelerate efforts on debt management, the removal of intellectual property rights to essential assets such as vaccines, and the lifting of barriers obstructing the free movement of people. 3. Reassess partnerships established thus far to ensure that all partners are well aligned and moving towards the same goal. 4. Invest in data-based evidence on the effectiveness of partnerships and evaluation of government's levels of accountability. 5. Analyze data and trends on migration. 6. Promote appropriate and innovative tools and frameworks, including integrated national financing frameworks for greater efficiency in resources management and the allocation of financing for sustainable development goals. 7. Strengthen domestic resource mobilization by accelerating digitalization and closing loopholes in tax policy and administration, combating illicit financial flows, and formulating governance and inclusive policies aimed at enhancing accountability and transparency, combating corruption, supporting participation, and putting in place enabling legal and judicial regulatory frameworks. B, ECA, the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, and their partners are urged to support African countries in building their capacities in the areas of early warning systems, disaster risk reduction, and the management of national and global health risks. We move now to the key messages under the sub-theme. Plenary roundtable panel on leveraging science, technology, innovation, and digital transformation to build forward better from the COVID-19 crisis and accelerate delivery of sustainable development in Africa. Following are the key messages under this sub-item. Paragraph 58. In the light of the discussion, member states and their partners are urged: A, to work closely to strengthen our established national councils or equivalent institutions on science, technology, and innovation that are chaired at the highest levels of government for continuous, time-bound, and realistic science, technology, and innovation dialogues, leadership, support, monitoring, and evaluation, as it is recognized that countries that made significant strides in exploiting science, technology, and innovation for development had such institutions which enabled them to position these areas as key enablers for sustainable development. B, to enhance the effectiveness of the science, technology, and innovation policy formulation and implementation processes by establishing mechanisms for stronger partnerships and engagement with academia, industry, and government, and a rigorous and verifiable monitoring and evaluation framework to accelerate African aspirations and the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. C, to raise the expenditure on research and development to a minimum of 1% of gross domestic product, which will require countries to invest in and attract knowledge-intensive firms that are likely to perform research and development to remain competitive and innovative. Rwanda seeks to meet this target by 2024. To strengthen science, technology, engineering, and mathematics approaches in education and attract more young people to such fields in order to significantly raise the number of scientists, researchers, and engineers who will drive the required innovation and creativity on the continent, and create more opportunities for young people to develop in the tech industry and to contribute to science, technology, and innovation policy formulation. E, to increase women's access to science, technology, and innovation to break down gender barriers. F, to support research to understand and design measures to mitigate the impact of climate change and human activities on oceans and water bodies.
I'm Alala. Just have a small comment about, I'm from Stand for Obumono. That's our organization. So I was reading through the declaration, and it was very good. But I haven't seen anything talked about people with disability and also deaf people, especially for their accessibilities, so that they can also find themselves included in all the development that we are talking about, because we believe that they are also vulnerable and they can be included in everything that we're planning. So if can be very clear, not just saying like vulnerable people are left behind, but also mention it specifically. Thank you.
So we remain that side, yes? Honorable Minister of Planning of Rwanda.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretariat, for just highlighting a number of key elements that was discussed during the sessions and toward achieving the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. Just two comments. We've seen that number of developing countries have started reporting on the green GDP. I think this also matters for just the African country if we really want to implement our green growth strategies and the NDCs. We need to adjust our GDP by the value of natural capital stock. Thus, maybe the need to produce environmental statistics is really, can really be highlighted. And on this, Rwanda has initiated what we call the natural capital accounting program to fulfill its commitments under the Gaborone Declaration. And I think other African countries may also need to do so or to join in order to get the required statistics just to monitor and report on the green indicators. So I think this is just an idea that can be captured under the declaration. Another point is about the climate finance. That really need to be well captured in the message. And the need for Africa just to come up with bankable green projects that will help attract investment and to tackle the sustainability questions. The other one is just in the first paragraph, just when you highlight we African ministers and senior officials responsible. I didn't see planning. If you may add planning as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Last intervention from this side, then we move to the middle. Is it Mali? Yes, Mali. S'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais joindre ma voix à ceux qui m'ont précédé pour féliciter le secrétariat pour le travail accompli. Je pense que c'est un excellent travail qui résume nos travaux. Alors, si nous reconnaissons le rôle important de la paix et de la sécurité dans l'accomplissement des agendas 2030 et 2063, peut-être que je n'ai pas suivi, mais je n'ai pas vu d'allusion faite à la paix et à la sécurité, alors qu'il me semble très important que nos pays se prononcent sur les questions de paix et de sécurité. Et la question du « leave no one behind » ne doit pas être seulement à l'intérieur d'un État, mais ça doit être vraiment pris comme un motto de l'ensemble des pays africains pour qu'aucun pays africain ne soit resté behind. Donc je pense que nous devrons faire allusion à la paix et à la sécurité quand on sait que beaucoup de pays font face à une situation sécuritaire vraiment très critique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Last intervention there, and we move. Quickly, if you can straight to the point.
Hello. Hello. Oui, bonjour. Je suis Marcel Apouva, directeur régional pour le bureau du Haut-Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme. Je voudrais profiter de cette occasion pour féliciter le secrétariat pour ces deux riches documents qui ont été préparés. Je voudrais simplement rappeler à l'audience que la dimension des droits de l'homme dans la durabilité du développement a été omise dans les deux. Donc je souhaite qu'on introduise de façon très claire dans les deux documents une référence en matière de droits de l'homme pour s'assurer de cette durabilité. C'est vrai que c'est apparu de façon éclatée à travers tous les points indiqués, mais ce serait très intéressant d'avoir une référence très claire en matière de droits de l'homme pour s'assurer de cette durabilité du développement que nous voulons pour l'Afrique. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. In the middle, au milieu, une personne, puis on va vers la droite. Someone, yes? It's, South Sudan.
Thank you very much, Corporate Chair. My name is Garang Majak from South Sudan. I would like to thank the Secretariat for excellent job, also Ambassador for the presentation. And of course, I will not get another opportunity because we are closing down. I would like to thank Rwanda leadership for providing conducive environment for the participant to come up with all these resolutions. Comrade Shah would like to echo the two documents. I've captured clearly what we discussed, but I think it is important that we also need to include the security situation in Africa. Where I come from, South Sudan, you know very well, we're facing a lot of political challenges, a lot of insecurity, and that also interfere with the implementation of the SDGs. Therefore, I would like to include that African countries should be able to settle their dispute through means of courts or a mixable solution instead of taking gun and start killing one another. So I think that could be a very good recommendation. Another thing finally is about monitoring, evaluation, and coordination mechanism. I think it is also important that the forum should really emphasize on monitoring the SDGs, evaluation, and sharing the implementation challenges on an annual basis, or let's say when the reports are being reviewed, whether it is mid-year, annually, or something like that. These are just my additional recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I need to count now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Half a minute per intervention. We start from the beginning, the front. One lady here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Emma Theophilus from Namibia. I'd just like to echo the words of the speakers before me to thank the Secretariat for encompassing many of the issues discussed during the 3 days. I wanted to comment on 2 things, particularly in the declaration. One was already taken around mainstreaming women and youth, really across the document, and I think that comment has already been said and perhaps taken note of. Then the second one would be around STEAM, because I see the running theme will be around science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but we have not included the arts. I think as a continent with a lot of talent, we have seen the potential of how our art industries can be really billion-dollar industries. And the talent is abound. We cannot leave out that component. So I'd like to make a suggestion that when we talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, we include arts, so we talk about STEAM. Thank you very much.
Next, just the person next to the lady who just spoke. Senegal.
Ok, c'est bon. Ok, merci beaucoup, Président. Donc, je m'associe aux félicitations de mes prédécesseurs adressées au secrétariat pour l'énorme travail abattu par rapport à ces 5 ou 6 jours de travail. Très intense. En fait, j'ai juste 2 remarques par rapport aux points clés qui sont soulevés. Nous avons noté, avec toutes les discussions qui ont été menées, que nos systèmes statistiques nationaux en fait, parvenaient difficilement à assurer le suivi des ODD. Avec l'avènement de la pandémie, en fait, les quelques efforts qui se faisaient en fait, se sont encore trouvés réduits. Donc j'aimerais qu'on mentionne dans les messages clés qu'il est proposé d'accompagner les INS, accompagner le système statistique national à aller vers les nouvelles sources de données, puisqu'il est constaté que la production classique ne permet plus de renseigner, d'assurer le suivi des ODD. Donc, au-delà des statistiques d'enquête, au-delà des sources administratives, que les partenaires, l'UNECA, accompagnent les systèmes statistiques nationaux africains à aller vers les nouvelles sources de données, c'est-à-dire à prendre en compte la révolution des données, les données géospatiales, les données qu'on obtient avec vraiment des méthodologies beaucoup plus avancées. Deuxième recommandation, en fait, j'avais mentionné que des pays, bon, pour le cas du Sénégal, nous sommes en train de tout faire pour mettre en œuvre notre fonds de développement de la statistique. Là aussi, j'aimerais qu'on mentionne comme recommandation que les partenaires accompagnent les pays à vraiment concrétiser, opérationnaliser ce fonds de développement de la statistique qui permettrait de parvenir, d'assurer la production statistique au moins de ce dont on a besoin. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. The lady at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is Esther. I am from the NGO. First and foremost, I want to thank you, the delegates, and everyone who's made this contribution to these powerful messages. And I want to echo and support the observation from Namibian delegate who mentioned around inclusion of the language for youth and young women in the whole declaration. My intervention is in regards to goal 4 on education, and I want the African states to be able to commit and guarantee at least 12 years of education for every child within the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Yes. The mic's there, yes.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais à mon tour me féliciter de la qualité du travail qui a été accompli par le secrétariat de ce forum. Mais j'ai un point quand même qui me semble important et que je n'ai pas senti dans le document final. Au moment où aujourd'hui l'Afrique est en train de traverser une crise migratoire extrêmement dangereuse avec des milliers de jeunes Africains qui ont péri en mer, je crois que des initiatives ont été prises par la CIA à travers l'organisation de rencontres régionales avant la signature du pacte mondial sur l'immigration intervenu en 2018 au Maroc. Et aujourd'hui, je crois qu'il y a un enjeu de développement qui constitue la mobilité en Afrique. Or, si mes souvenirs sont bons, sur les 54 pays africains, je crois qu'une dizaine seulement a ratifié le protocole sur la libre circulation. Or, on ne peut pas parler aujourd'hui de développement du continent sans créer les conditions d'une mobilité des citoyens, mais également de créer les conditions d'exercice de le droit de résidence et d'établissement dans les pays au niveau régional. Je crois qu'aujourd'hui, si d'ailleurs nous en sommes arrivés à ces drames, c'est que quelque part il y a des difficultés pour nos jeunes, disons, de se mouvoir dans l'espace régional, et pour nos femmes également, qui exercent souvent des activités commerciales, lucratives, d'avoir les conditions de traverser les frontières sans difficulté. Il me semble aussi donc important que si nous référons vraiment, disons, à l'ordre des 10.7, de prendre en charge cette question de mobilité et d'immigration au niveau de l'espace régional pour qu'en fait nos citoyens puissent développer des activités économiques d'un pays à l'autre et que la communication, la mobilité soit plus facile afin que nous puissions en tout cas créer les conditions d'une intégration réelle parce que sans intégration, point de développement, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Derrière vous, quelqu'un qui... Non? Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mercy Obonyo. I represent the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions. And I would just like to, first of all, thank the ECA Secretariat for this very fruitful meeting that we've had, and also congratulate them on the 2 documents that we have that have been shared this afternoon. So I would like to mention 2 things. One, to add my voice to that of Mr. Marcel Akpovo from the United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, and just to mention that, yes, the human rights issues have been alluded in the 2 documents, but these have been expressly omitted. And we all know the very crucial link between human rights and the acceleration of implementation of SDGs. So it would be very useful to just articulate human rights considerations in the 2 documents as we had earlier requested. And then the second thing in line with that, while talking about the link between human rights and the SDGs implementation at the national level, it would be useful to also see us expressly mention national human rights institutions, whose role and mandate give them a very unique opportunity to also implement and also contribute very meaningfully to these discussions. So as we disaggregate the relevant partners, also let's add national human rights institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take one more. There's a man at the end, and we close.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jordi Michel Musoni from Rwanda Trade Union Organization. I also congratulate the Secretariat for the great job done. So my point is about strengthening social dialogue machinery that is in our respective countries. We know that our economies are mostly dominated by informal economy workers, and it is very difficult to organize them and include them in all the policies and social development activities. I see learning from a good experience of Rwanda, what we had, what we experienced during solving the issues of COVID-19. Social dialogue has been a very good, a very useful tool that has helped to solve the issues related to the pandemic. So I would like to recommend our respective countries to see how to strengthen or to reinforce the social dialogue machinery that exists in our respective countries so that we leave no one behind as per the motto of SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you allow us to read to, I think I've taken a lot of comments from audience. I see two people insisting. Let's start from here.
Je suis Madame Gogoa Rachel, je suis présidente de l'initiative de la société civile pour les ODD en Côte d'Ivoire. Je voudrais remercier le secrétariat de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique des Nations Unies pour ce travail qui a été bien fait. Cependant, je voudrais relever que quand nous prenons l'agenda 2030 et ses 17 objectifs de développement durable, il y a un objectif qui est, en tout cas, le surbâtiment des autres, c'est-à-dire le 16e. C'est la réalisation du 16e objectif qui permet la réalisation des 15 autres qui sont des ODD opérationnels. Parce que traitant de l'état des droits, traitant de la gouvernance et traitant d'une question qui est essentielle, qui est l'existence juridique des populations. Or, en Afrique, qu'il s'agisse des femmes, qu'il s'agisse des enfants, beaucoup de personnes ne sont pas déclarées, n'ont pas d'existence juridique. Or, si vous n'avez pas d'existence juridique, comment peut-on vous prendre en compte dans la planification? Donc, je souhaiterais que dans cette déclaration, qu'une mention spéciale soit portée sur la mise en œuvre ou la réalisation de l'ODD 16, qui est la condition sine qua non de la réalisation des 15 ODD opérationnels, si on veut bien voir la réalisation de l'agenda 2030 et par ricochet de l'agenda 2063 pour l'Afrique que nous voulons. Parce que les deux agendas s'appellent des agendas jumeaux parce qu'ils ont beaucoup de similitudes. Et j'insiste sur ce point-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Côte d'Ivoire. There's another person here. Yes. And the last one, I come back to the left and we close.
Thank you very much, and we congratulate the Secretariat for the two documents that we are reviewing. My issue is in regard to data and statistics. Specifically, we want to still emphasize that what is not measured cannot be counted, neither will it be accounted for. So we are all aware that across the 17 goals, we committed to deliver on specific gender indicators across the 17 goals. We would like to see a situation where today our governments make a commitment to measure progress towards achievement of gender equality for all the gender indicators in those SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one.
Good day, Honorable Minister, panelists, and moderator. My distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm representing an NGO in Nigeria, from Nigeria, Stevenson Holistic Foundation. My name is Edwin Success, and I'm from Nigeria. So, electricity in Africa has been a challenge, and it has stood in the way of us scaling our most formidable obstacle economically. Statistically speaking, over 640 million Africans have no access to electricity, and I am not even talking remote areas. 40% of African countries are, and it's still one of our lowest in the world, Africa has an abundance of renewable energy. Why do we continue to lag behind? Why is electricity still a problem? No doubt the cost of implementation is high, but taking a close look at economy and what our current option has left us with, the end result will definitely justify the means. Currently in my country, Nigeria, the cost of fuel has quadrupled. People are in queues as early as possible in order to get petrol. Sorry, many are even injured in the process. In no science that wouldn't even be in the conversation. I believe so much in Africa, in what we do for our countries, for our women, for our planet. Imagine the industrial power we would exude having this conquered on our shelves as one of our economic accomplishments, say in the year 2030. This was not included in any of the SDGs I heard today, and I just said I wouldn't go back happy without trying to mention this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really thank all the people who have just contributed to our final documents. These are relevant observations, although some are captured already in different parts of the document, but the Bureau and Secretariat commits to check if some of your inputs are not reflected. We are ready to incorporate them. We have had comments on inclusion, but focusing on different groups. Disability, it will appear definitely in the document. Gender mainstreaming, yes. Human rights, 2 comments were received. Security is a prerequisite. It creates the whole environment for anything you want to achieve. Arts, given the talents available in Africa, to be added to STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Yes, you have a point. Statistical capacities, they are reflected in different parts of the document. Youth, migration, employment. Some governance issues and commitment requests on specific aspects. So what we can promise that we have taken note of all this intervention, about 15. We cross-check in the document to ensure that they are well captured as suggested. So with this, I would request the participants to adopt the document with these comments. Thank you very much. Now the next agenda item is about our next forum. I request the Secretariat to take us through the plan for the next session, the venue, the dates, or tentative dates. Then after that, we will move to the closing session. Secretariat, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Effectivement, le secrétariat confirme qu'il a bien pris note de tous les commentaires et qui seront inclus dans la version finale qui sera soumise au bureau. Et le secrétariat souhaiterait rappeler également que le Forum régional africain sur le développement durable n'est pas un seul événement, il s'agit d'un processus qui se tient sur plusieurs années. Et lors des années précédentes, des ODD particuliers ont également été étudiés avec des recommandations très fortes sur les ODD particuliers. Je pense notamment à l'ODD 16, l'ODD 7 sur l'énergie pour tous. Donc, les déclarations précédentes sont également tout aussi importantes et nous continuons à porter ces déclarations-là et le secrétariat apportera toute l'aide nécessaire au nouveau bureau pour continuer à porter, bien entendu, la déclaration de Kigali, mais également les déclarations précédentes. Nous passons maintenant au thème suivant, qui est le thème sur les dates, l'endroit, le lieu de la 9e session du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, qui correspond au point 12 de l'ordre du jour. Le thème est intimement lié au thème du Forum de haut niveau sur le développement durable, HLPF, qui se tient tous les mois de juillet au siège de l'Organisation des Nations Unies à New York. Donc ce thème sera à ce moment-là décidé et bien entendu le secrétariat en soutien au bureau du FRAD 8 communiquera ou décidera d'un thème et proposera plutôt un thème lié au thème du forum de haut niveau sur le développement durable. Donc, après le mois de juillet, nous pourrons communiquer sur le nouveau thème. Nous ferons une proposition avec le bureau du FRAD 8. Quant aux dates et venues, elle reste à préciser, la date et l'endroit de la 9e session du FRAD, elle reste à préciser. Il est de tradition d'organiser le forum autour du mois de mars, février. Précédemment, c'était même plus tard, mais lors des 2 dernières années, c'était au tout début mars, donc ce sera autour de cette période-là. Mais encore une fois, c'est au bureau de communiquer aux États membres et, les dates finales. Mais nous, encore une fois, le secrétariat apportera tout son soutien pour déterminer ensemble ces dates. Pour ce qui est de l'endroit, il s'agit de voir s'il y a des candidatures. Le secrétariat souhaite expliquer et rappeler qu'il y a une pratique qui est que l'organisation du forum tourne entre sous-régions du continent. Cette année, c'était à l'Afrique de l'Est de l'organiser, et pour l'année prochaine, ce sera à l'Afrique de l'Ouest sur la base des précédentes organisations. Donc, Monsieur le Président, honorables membres du bureau, le secrétariat suggère que nous ouvrions un appel à candidature, et si les États membres de l'Afrique de l'Ouest souhaitent se porter candidat, qu'ils le fassent savoir maintenant. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, ce que le secrétariat suggérait par rapport à ce point de l'agenda.
Merci beaucoup. So far, 2 countries in West Africa have expressed interest. Côte d'Ivoire and Niger. So we have had a discussion in the Bureau, and since we have more than one candidate. We agreed to have more time, like 1 month to engage consultation with the two countries so that we can come up with one country that will host the next session. It's better that way, that we give time to engage the two countries in the coming weeks so that we agree on one country, then we communicate to member states. This is what we have agreed, and I think it makes sense because we have no practice of voting, but we proceed by consultation and consensus. Thank you.
No.
Agree? Thank you. One thing is the West Africa, which country we will engage discussion with the two countries and in the collaboration with the Secretariat. So now we have come to the last agenda item. It's about closing session. May I now invite the Deputy Executive Secretary of UNECA to take the floor and deliver her closing remarks.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners, and colleagues in Kigali and those joining us online, good afternoon to you all. We have reached the conclusion of the 8th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The government of Rwanda has provided us with perfect setting for us to address the sustainable development imperatives for our continent. First and foremost, Mr. Chair, please allow me to convey to His Excellency, Mr. Paul Kagame, our heartfelt appreciation for his leadership. He underlined that the sustainable development means that African countries must rise to the challenge of domestic resource mobilization and that we must invest in our own transformation. We warmly thank you as our hosts, the government of Rwanda, for your commitment to the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. We were all perhaps wondering before what a meeting of this size would entail in the era of COVID-19. Rwanda has shown us that we can bring people together safely. Thank you for helping us take this important step for our continent and to bring us together again in person. Our first message, therefore, has to be that the African countries can deliver safety and open up our economies to move forward decisively. I would like to also congratulate you, Mr. Chair, on your election to bring the Kigali Declaration on our behalf to the high-level political forum. We also express our congratulations and appreciation to the Vice Presidents of the Bureau, Cabo Verde, Morocco, Namibia, and Congo as a rapporteur. Thank you. The main purpose of this meeting was to review Africa's progress and catalyze our actions to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The meeting was also meant to achieve consensus on urgent priorities for action and to adopt the Kigali Declaration to be presented at the high-level political forum in 5 months. Through rich, interactive debate and experience sharing, we have collectively met these objectives. Discussions under the theme Building Forward Better, a Green, Inclusive, and Resilient Africa, poised to achieve the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, have filled the last week. We will share a report that captures the progress, challenges, and recommendations to deliver progress on the 5 SDGs in focus this week. Permit me in the meantime to highlight examples of some of the key messages. To achieve Goal 4, quality of education, we need to invest in more innovative, resilient education systems. For example, using technology and targeted job training programs. This requires investment in inclusive STEM education and supporting foundational skills. We must prioritize digital connectivity and build resilience into our education systems to precisely address challenges associated with the pandemic. For Goal 5, gender equality, we need to strengthen the data and evidence for gender-responsive implementation of all SDGs. We need a renewed focus on strengthening social protection systems to reduce poverty in a resilient manner, including through increased investment in key enablers, reproductive health, mental health, primary health care, education, good governance, and addressing income inequality and gender-based violence. And in our national budgetary framework, we need to provide accountability for gender equality. In protecting Goal 14, life below water, we have called for a Great Blue Wall to provide climate resilience and sustainable development for our coastal and island communities, and protect and conserve Africa's inland water resources. We must strengthen the governance framework that protects our oceans and that defends the rights of citizens to benefit sustainably from its resources. We need to also use our blue economy resources as means for raising additional finance to achieve the SDGs and provide climate resilience. Similarly, for Goal 15, life on land, we all need to invest more in combating land degradation and enhancing the productivity of land, forests, biodiversity resources. We must reinforce capacity for mainstreaming natural capital into national budgets and strategic regional, sub-regional frameworks. We need to strengthen the integration of nature-based solutions and climate-smart agriculture in voluntary national reviews and voluntary subnational reviews, in plans and programs, and in budgets to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and goals of Agenda 2063. And finally, for Goal 17, partnerships. The international community needs to further enhance Africa's access to affordable financing to deliver on promises made in the context of mobilizing support for the implementation of the Paris Agreement African countries need to develop tools that deepen their own markets, leveraging opportunities of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and to help mobilize resources domestically. Partnership with the private sector will be critical. Governments and their partners should adopt sustainable budgeting methods to enhance transparency of fiscal processes and to better track national investment in the SDGs and climate resilience. We need a new compact on investing in public goods in Africa and in all developing countries. The forum has focused on ways in which we can unlock the finance required for African countries to invest in their own sustainable future. A liquidity and sustainability facility can help channel private sector funding into African sustainable investments so that African countries can benefit from more financial tools to address the resource gap. The divergence and mobilization of resources to address the impact of the pandemic is striking. The relative success of African countries in responding to the pandemic nonetheless galvanizes us to scale our efforts in addressing this inequality through mechanisms that are less dependent on traditional development assistance. The signing of memorandum asking the ECA and the UN system to support African countries in accessing carbon markets, leveraging Africa's unique natural capital, emphasizes the desire of African countries to be the architects of their own resilience, while also contributing to the global climate goals. Resources of up to $30 billion per annum could be mobilized by African countries at a price of $50 per ton. But African countries need support to properly be rewarded for its role as custodians of these critical carbon sinks and develop a truly developmental carbon pricing system. Allow me to single out some of the key outcomes of the 4th African Science and Technology Forum. We had a record number of youth that participated in the forum. About 354 youth participated in 2 youth innovation boot camps that were hosted here. It was amazing to witness the excitement of young people who had the chance to apply innovation in advanced technologies such as robotics. We also witnessed the launch of the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa and the African Technology Development and Transfer Network. Several vice chancellors, CEOs, and managers of universities, government agencies, and private partners are here. The STI Forum has allowed us to consolidate our focus on transformative interventions. In partnership with the government of Rwanda, we will be exploring the development of Center of Excellence that can demonstrate the impact of foundational skills in STEM education, as well as deploying big data technological solutions to better measure implementation and gaps in achieving the SDGs. The pandemic has undoubtedly taken us a few steps back in some development gains that the continent achieved. The delegations have shared their ideas on the way forward and strategies to not just get back on track, but to accelerate progress. In the middle of every crisis lies great opportunities, and conversations like those we had this week only serve to strengthen our shared commitment to accelerating African growth trajectories, improving education, creating better jobs, reducing poverty, advancing gender equality, reducing carbon emissions, and conserving our precious natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 years. Together with colleagues across the UN development system, we look forward to working with all of you for a prosperous Africa. I wish to acknowledge and express my appreciation for all delegations taking part in this forum, all those who have traveled to be with us in person in Kigali, and all those following us online. I also warmly thank and recognize the chair and other members of the Bureau for their leadership and contribution in these past few days. I would like to conclude with a special word of appreciation to the government of Rwanda. Mware Koze Kotwa Chewa Neza. I hope I did it right. Otherwise, I have to come back. Thank you for your generosity in hosting this forum, your tireless support in the preparation, and for ensuring our safe convening in these unusual times. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we close the 8th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, I wish to thank once again the UN Economic Commission for Africa for choosing Rwanda as the host of this forum and for effective collaboration with Rwanda in the preparation of this event. I wish also to thank all of you, all participants, for coming to Rwanda physically. It's been more than 2 years. Most of us have not had such opportunity to meet physically, and it gives us hope that slowly we're moving towards normalization, and that going forward we'll be able to meet more frequently to discuss African issues and agree on measures and the action to be taken to move towards sustainable development. I thank you for your contribution in different discussions on sustainable development. We are lucky to have a large diversity of participants representing different goals and indicators. So these have enabled us to collect different views that have informed our final document we have just adopted. I want to thank the outgoing Bureau for a wonderful job done and for preparing us to take over. We will continue to work with them to ensure continuity, as also we assume our responsibility to chair this forum for this year. I want to congratulate my colleagues, the new Bureau. So we are committed to take on this task until next year when we meet in West Africa. This forum has been a great opportunity to review progress made in the last 7 years since 2015 in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also it was an opportunity also to assess how far we have gone with the implementation of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. We have also exchanged our countries, our regions' experiences, but also challenges, especially the challenge of COVID-19. And you have agreed on key actions to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas, Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063. One issue that I would like to highlight is that these two agendas should not be considered as the UN agenda or African Union agenda. These are primarily our country's agendas. Therefore, the ownership of these agendas is so critical. We need to domesticate them. We need to integrate them in our national plans and monitor, measure the progress, identify challenges, find solutions in order to accelerate the implementation of the two agendas for the benefit of our people, our countries, and our continent. The diversity of our participation in this forum, the enthusiasm, the commitment, the momentum observed during our deliberations gives us confidence that we are ready to double our effort and accelerate the implementation of the development goals and the Agenda 2063. The key messages and the key actions agreed on during this meeting will guide us in the next course of action, and we make sure that they don't remain just declarations, but we need to translate them into actions, both at country level, but also at continental level. I wish you, those who are still with us, a pleasant stay in Kigali. Those who can could also visit other places in the country and see what we can offer in terms of tourism. And also for those living, I wish you a safe trip back home. We look forward to meeting you again next year in West Africa to assess further progress and agree on the way forward. Once again, I thank you for your participation, your contribution, your visit to Rwanda. We are very honored to host you in this context, COVID-19, but also this event has shown us that we can start having more physical interactions after 2 years of virtual meetings. I think people are a bit tired of virtual meetings. So let's advance on the vaccination so that we can allow us to meet regularly. We have some delay, but we have a strong commitment going forward. And I hope we will continue to exchange views and exchange experiences, visit each other, meet, and do our best to ensure that we can catch up and accelerate the implementation of our goals. With this few remarks, I want to thank you once again and declare the 8th Forum on Sustainable Development closed, and rendezvous en Afrique de l'Ouest. Merci beaucoup. À l'année prochaine.